USA and Ghana and published widely in reputable anatomy journals. He is a former president of the Anatomical Society of West Africa. He has served as a member of the Council for Association of Commonwealth Universities, member of the Administrative Board of the International Association of Universities, and in 2011, led a visitation panel to the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. He was also a member of IAU teams to assist Malaysia and University of Botswana in the review of their internalization policies. Here in Ghana, he was a chairman for the erstwhile National Council for Tertiary Education Commission. He chaired the committee that drafted the current tertiary education policy and was a member of the team that drafted the 2018 to 2030 education strategic plan. He also was the foundation chairman of the Vodafone Ghana Foundation, chairman of the Council of the Center for Scientific Research into Plant Medicine, and until recently, the chairman of the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network. In 2008, he was awarded the State Honor of Officer of the Order of the Volta. Dear participants, kindly join me welcome Professor Clifford Niboy Tego as our chair.
Thank you very much, Charles, but this is the first time I've appeared anywhere where the introduction is longer than what I am going to say. But thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, President of the Academy, fellows, Vice Presidents, distinguished participants. We thank God for traveling mercies, for having brought some of you from way outside of this country. I also welcome all those online who have joined us online. I trust that you will stay till the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is a very simple task. We are already way into the time allotted for the opening ceremony. So without further ado, I would like to invite the President of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, Professor Kofi Opoku Nti, to give his welcome address. Mr. President.
Good morning. Past presidents of the Academy, vice presidents of the Academy, fellows of the Academy, distinguished guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. I'm indeed delighted that the Gaas Higher Education Project that we've been running for the past 2 years has reached its climax in the form of an international conference. It's a major milestone for the Academy, and I'm glad that many distinguished scholars and researchers are here to share their perspectives on the most important issues concerning higher education in Africa. We are honored that we have participants from Cameroon, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, South Africa, and the United States of America. I extend a warm welcome to both our local and international visitors, and I hope that you will enjoy the hospitality of the Ghana Academy and the arrangements we have made to make your stay memorable and professionally rewarding. If you encounter any challenges or need any assistance, please let us know. The Secretariat of the Academy is at your service. I would like to extend a special welcome to Professor Ahmed Jinapor, Director General of Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC. He may remember that I paid him a courtesy visit when he first assumed the position. GTEC is a commission that handles the Academy's administrative and financial matters relative to the Ministry of Education. We value our cordial relationship with GTEC and the advice and support Professor Jinapor gives us on critical matters. I'm glad that the General has joined us for the opening plenary. A warm welcome to Professor Toyin Falola, who will deliver the first keynote address. It is very early for Professor Falola. He is joining us from Austin, Texas in the USA, and he is 6 hours behind Ghana time. Highly dynamic and energetic, Professor Falola's awards and recognitions are legendary. We are honored that he has accepted to deliver his keynote address on a highly topical and fundamental issue on empowering African public universities. Professor Falola will be properly introduced by Emeritus Professor Clifford Tego, Chair of the Steering Committee for the Gaas Higher Education Project. I warmly welcome you, Professor Tego. I also welcome Emeritus Professor Aite, who will deliver our second keynote address tomorrow. His lecture will be on the preparing African universities to be globally competitive. Emeritus Professor Aite made enduring transformations at the University of Ghana during his vice chancellorship. I'm delighted that I'll be chairing his keynote address. Welcome, Professor Aite. This two-day international conference is made possible by a grant awarded by the Carnegie Corporation of New York to support higher education project of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. I also extend a warm welcome to the representatives of the Bank of Ghana. We appreciate the additional support provided by the Bank of Ghana to a higher education project. The theme for this conference is Transforming Universities for the 21st Century. It is the culmination of internationalization of knowledge gained and lessons learned from 7 in-depth background studies and policy dialogues we have conducted under the program towards motivating higher education reforms in Ghana towards equity and sustainability. The submission of so many topical and forward-looking papers by the international and local participants attest to the commonality and Africa-wide relevance of the topics that were identified as critical for higher education reforms in Ghana. The Higher Education Project and this closing international conference were developed under the able leadership of Emerita Professor Techua Menu. Where is she? We thank her and her team for conceptualizing, developing, and managing the Gaas Higher Education Project. The goal of the Ghana Higher Education Project was to provide a platform for independent persons and groups to reflect on the challenges of higher education sector on a regular and sustained basis. We brought together different stakeholders to undertake reviews of current policies and inject independent research evidence to inform new policy considerations. The forums and platforms also provided a sounding board to explore emergent higher education policy issues. Above all, we aim to facilitate consensus building through open and objective discussion of higher education policy. As we engage with different resource persons in Africa and its diaspora, it became evident that many of the issues we were grappling with in Ghana were also relevant to many other African countries. These considerations stimulated our interest in addressing the big question on transforming universities for 21st century Africa. I've looked at the programs and abstracts of the presentations for this closing conference. I can say without hesitation that something profound is happening before our eyes. First, the presentations are looking at fundamental issues facing African universities and the need to find solutions to make them relevant in the global production and utilization of knowledge, skills, and technology. The first day brings everyone to speed on what we have learned from the 7 background papers and the policy dialogues on the Ghanaian higher education reforms. Topics are extensive, covering technical university conversion, expansion and management of public universities, financing higher education, and the use of special purpose vehicles such as the Ghana Education Trust Fund. State university relations, development of growth of private universities in Ghana. Professor Toyin Falola's keynote address on empowering African public universities will set the tone and provide an excellent Africa-wide assessment of the challenges and the need for collaboration among African universities and technology-mediated pathways to empowerment. The barriers to empowerment are the same issues we identified in the policy dialogues, namely lack of funding, infrastructure, and restricted access to technology. We did not talk much about the brain drain in our policy dialogue, but that is also one of the big questions Professor Falola wants us to think about. However, we shall get a counterpoint from Emeritus Professor Aite keynote address on the second day. If we can build globally competitive universities in Africa, then more African scholars will stay and work in African universities to develop and grow the human capital required for economic and cultural transformation. Let me reiterate why I think something major is occurring in the higher education reforms agenda. In the second day of the conference, we have sessions on big topics like innovation in policy, governance, and funding infrastructure and research, decolonizing curriculum and integration of the sciences and the humanities, future of universities in Africa, and making higher education work for Africa. What we are seeing is African scholars are beginning to examine the constraints limiting the potential of higher education and offering various solutions. While they may not get the right solutions immediately, continued investigation and dialogue are a prerequisite for finding truly creative and effective solutions. The solutions they discover may be transferable to transforming other areas of society. As we grapple with the issues of transforming universities for 21st century Africa, we should be mindful of the big elephant in the room. We have problems funding the universities because we operate in low-income economies. As public sources of funding have dwindled, the imperative is for universities to generate external sources of income to fund their operations. Therein lies the dilemma. We need to open up and grow the economies in order for the universities to successfully generate external funds. Running a university is very expensive. There must be large pools of money in households and businesses to support the universities in the form of endowment funds, alumni donation, and fee payments. Of course, there must be concerted effort by government to fund research and development at the universities because they produce public goods and they have potentially large positive impacts when major discoveries and inventions are made. The government should also put money in the universities because the universities are providing the human capital required for national development. The general state of the economy determines how well the process of accumulating and transferring funds to the universities work. We should provide ideas and programs to transform the general economies that the universities are embedded in. We have an impressive list of participants. The topics are novel and exciting. I'm very optimistic that we're in the process of forming a community of higher education scholars, practitioners, and regulators who will define and set the agenda for the transformation of universities for 21st century Africa. I urge the participants to collaborate and continue to dialogue on the big questions that are waiting for solutions. Decolonize and deconstruct the universities. Align the courses and programs with the needs of society. And redesign the universities to be centers of creativity and innovation. I believe we are going to be enriched by this two-day conference. We have started something very promising, and we should nurture it to its full potential. The Ghana Academy is ready to collaborate with all of you on future projects of mutual interest. I welcome you and wish you exciting and productive technical sessions and a wonderful stay in Accra. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, thanks very much for the rather comprehensive welcome address that you just delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, as the President said, all these things that we're doing here and all the things that our universities do, we do under the ambit of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. I will not take the sail out of your wind, Director General, but I personally have worked with that commission for 5 years as, when it was National Council for Tertiary Education, and we tried to force a merger of the council and the National Accreditation Board. So it is a very huge post that is carrying. Now his task this morning is to give us some thoughts, remarks on the whole exercise that we are undertaking. So it is with much pleasure that I welcome to the podium Professor Ahmed Jinapor Abdullahi, Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission.
The chairman for this occasion, Professor Tego, President of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, members of the Governing Council of the Academy, fellows of the Academy, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Why the morning is not good? Good morning. So when I heard the President call me to speak, it reminds me of somewhere in 2001 when I had the opportunity to be interviewed for postgraduate studies at the Institute of African Studies. In fact, Professor Tetrua Menu I got to know happened to be at the Home of Affairs those times. And I see the caliber of people here. I say, as if I'm coming back for an interview. Instead of coming to speak as the director for the regulatory agency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and privilege to be invited by the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences to make a statement at the opening session of the Higher Education Project Closing Conference on the theme, Transforming Universities for the 21st Century Africa. I wish to thank the management and steering committee of the project for the invitation. The Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC, sees this as a recognition of its place, being the regulator of tertiary education institutions in the country, in contributing partly to the immense benefit that the outcome of this project, as anticipated, will bring to shape the discourse on the challenges and prospects of tertiary education for the 21st century Africa. GTEC commends the Academy, especially the current leadership, for its impactful contributions in the direction of growing higher education in the country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in December 2022, the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences launched a 24-month higher educational project on the theme, Motivating Higher Education Reforms in Ghana Towards Equity and Sustainability. The project aimed to offer a credible platform for reflection and search for workable and sustainable solutions to some of the academic challenges of higher educational delivery in the country. This project was designed to gather evidence, share information, and provide a platform for building consensus and contributing to policy formulation on tertiary education in Ghana. This project is indeed timely, as the sector is inundated with complex challenges negatively impacting accessibility and sustainability of tertiary educational delivery in the country. The Ghana Tertiary Education Commission has taken note of the problems that the project identified in the following areas being: 1, expansion and growth in student numbers without corresponding expansion and growth in infrastructure, as well as unplanned and inadequate investment in infrastructure development; aging faculty and inadequate staff development; weak governance systems; poor research culture, and the absence of research funding; and last but not the least, all these listed challenges culminating in poor learning outcomes and employability challenges. Mr. Chairman, as you may be aware, there are real challenges confronting tertiary education in Ghana. Per the GTEC 2022-2023 statistical report, 711,695 students were enrolled in all tertiary education institutions across the country for that academic year. The figure represented a 12% increase in student enrollment over the preceding academic year. Public tertiary education institutions enrolled 89% of the total student population, whereas the remaining 11% were enrolled in private tertiary institutions. Student enrollment in public tertiary institutions increased from 562,561 in 2021-2022 to 635,744 in 2022-2023, representing an increase of 13%. The private tertiary institutions also recorded a 5% annualized increase as student enrollment increased from 72,438 in 2021 to 2022 to 75,951 in the 2022-2023 academic year. So it is evident that student enrollment keeps increasing year on without the commensurate expansion in infrastructure. Get fund allocation for capital expenditure is on the decrease for obvious reasons, among which is the economic challenges that we are facing as a country. Making this narrative complex is the aging faculty that our institutions are confronted with. The government of Ghana's expenditure on post-retirement contract appointments annually in our public universities, both traditional and technical, is more than 127 million annually. The Commission received and processed 231 applications for post-retirement contracts for the universities for the 2024-2025 academic year. Out of this number, 111 are senior lecturers, while 120 are in the professorial ranks. The figure excludes those with valid contracts running into the next few academic years. This is a clear indication of the sector's heavy reliance on aging faculty and staff development challenges. Recognizing the need to improve the staffing situation in the tertiary education subsector, this year the government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Finance, granted the Ministry of Education financial clearance to enable the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, through the tertiary education institutions, recruit 1,341 staff to replace exited staff. On the wheels of a request by the Vice Chancellor's Ghana, GTEC has made a request to government through the Honorable Minister for Education for universities to be automatically allowed to replace exited staff with the supervision of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. We believe that this is one of the surest ways to ensure that the staffing situation do not become worse. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, governance challenges abound in our tertiary educational space. With pockets being addressed, some faculty and staff do resort to the courts for redress. The issues mainly border on extension or renewal of tenures for vice chancellors in some universities and colleges, where governing laws and statutes are being violated with impunity. The Commission have had calls to invite councils and management of tertiary institutions for extensive discussions to find amicable solutions to some of these challenges. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleague faculty members, Ghana's tertiary educational institutions, such as the University of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the Tamale Technical University, among others, have made significant strides in promoting and integrating research into their academic framework. Indeed, GTEC has always advocated for program quests for accreditation to be hinged and shaped by evidence of addressing both national and global challenges. Mindful of the gap in this space, GTEC, as you may be aware, organized its maiden summer school at KNUST in September for some 500 faculty and staff from the different spectrum of the tertiary educational delivery enterprise. Again, The Commission also organized a very successful, first of its kind, National Tertiary Educational Conference of the theme, Transforming Tertiary Education in Ghana, Policy, Dialogue, and Practice, where some 22 resource persons shared their experiences with some 420 participants. The Commission is working towards its first New Year school, dubbed J-Tech Hamatan School, on capacity building for scholarly research, writing, and grantsmanship to be hosted at the University for Development Studies early next year. We at the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission hope to work with the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences in partnership to position Ghana, our motherland, as the most attractive destination for tertiary educational delivery, not just in the West Africa sub-region, but the whole of Africa. We can only chalk this enviable position if we do what we do and do it well. And speaking of doing it well, Mr. Chairman, let me state that this year, GTEC successfully accredited 1,752 programs and 162 tertiary institutions in the country. I think we deserve a hand of applause. The Commission also recommended 4 private university colleges for grant of presidential charter, of which same has been granted. Again, we've also recommended 14 private tertiary colleges of universities to also be granted presidential charter, and we are hoping that the President will assent a signature to that before he leaves office. These notwithstanding, we are extremely worried as a Commission about the incurable desire on the part of most institutions, especially the public ones, in introducing a lot of new programs. Most of these programs, regrettably, have no relevance to our needs as a nation, and in some instances are copied wholesale from other sister universities. This practice we are working to curb by introducing stricter approval mechanisms for such programs. On that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again reiterate GTEC's commitment to advancing a world-class tertiary education in Ghana. We can attain this only with the commitment and support of all stakeholders, including the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences in this pursuit. We believe the policy recommendations emerging out of this project conference will immensely contribute to advancing tertiary educational delivery in Ghana and beyond. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, let me personally thank the President of the Academy and to congratulate you all, especially the organizers, for a successful program, and I wish you a productive 2-day encounter. Thank you.
Well, Director General, thank you very much for the panoramic view of the higher education situation in the country, and also the confidence you have reposed in the academy. Not many people at your level appreciate the work that the academy does. And so we expect that you will be an advocate for the academy. I also, am I right in saying that the budget of the academy comes to you? And so we use this occasion to ask your organization to stop cutting the budget for us. Give us what we need to do our work. Ladies and gentlemen, as you already heard, Professor Toyin Falola is to give the keynote speech now at 10 o'clock, and he's been waiting somewhere in Austin, Texas. I hope he is indeed ready, so that I can go ahead and invite him. Okay, so Toyin Falola has received over 20 honorary doctorates and over 30 lifetime career awards. The more recently, Doctor of Law from the University of Calgary, Canada. He has served as the president of the African Studies Association and vice president of the UNESCO Slave Route Project. He is now completing 4 books on African public and private universities for the Palgrave Publishers. He is the Francis Sanga Musika Chair, Professor of History, and Distinguished Teaching Professor at the University of Texas, Austin. Professor Emeritus, Lead City University, and Extraordinary Professor of Political Science at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. Professor Falula, if you're ready, you are invited.
Yes.
Yes, and we are all ears.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying I was expected to be there physically, and the organizers bought a ticket for me. So I must show my gratitude. What happened is that I was invited to give a convocation lecture in another university, and it's difficult to coordinate the journey in 3 different locations. And I have to thank Dr. Takiwamanu, who did all this arrangement and had to do with the difficulties in view of my heavy schedule. And I have to thank my colleague, who also invited me to the University of Ghana recently, where I gave 4 lectures, and I was able to attend as a speaker the annual literary festival. I am very grateful, and I promise to continue to contribute my quota to the development of Ghanaian institutions. I'm also grateful to our colleagues. And we must always express this gratitude for fighting for democracy. The last time I was in Ghana, they were on strike because of Galamsey. We do not celebrate ourselves enough, and we have to do this over and over again. So I appreciate the Ghana Academy of Letters for this inspiring effort. Some of you already know me, some have been part of this building African institutions, have contributed to developing curricula at various levels. Some of us have joined in making critical interventions. We have organized workshops. We have met at the African Union. And just as Carnegie is sponsoring you, I'm also doing a 5-country study for Carnegie on how to study private universities and see those things we can benefit from them to reform the public higher institutions. A plenary report of 400 pages has been issued in terms of policy statements that we are going to share in various parts of the continent. When I talk about African universities, you can never get me to talk in depressing tones. And the reason is that we do not relate resources to achievements. We don't view things historically. And some of us have not taken the efforts to fully appreciate what they do. So let me start by saying the achievements are enormous. And maybe we should also be doing conferences on the achievements of African universities. And I will list them because you can't empower without doing, first of all, a laundry list of successes that you want to build upon. Here is a number of things, whether you talk about University of Ghana, whether you talk about University of Ibadan, Kenyatta, all of them, we must see that when you compare them to many other universities, and I've had the privilege of working in Europe, in Australia, in the US, in Africa. So I take a comparative perspective, given the multiple experiences that I've had. Many of them are world-class universities, but we box ourselves in a ranking system that does not favor us. And I've been developing some ranking methodologies that we do things in ways that favor us. We're ranking goats and lions, and sometimes we are not looking into hierarchies to determine how those hierarchies, sometimes racialized, work against us. You can study the University of Nairobi, as I've done in Kenya, Makerere, University of Ghana, University of Ibadan, and not see them as global world-class institutions. Even in areas that you don't pay attention to, like medicine, social sciences, and engineering, we have done very well. We just want to do more. Then, if you look at what we've done in terms of infectious diseases, sustainable development, many universities in Africa have contributed significantly to innovative programs. I was in the University of Ghana last month, and I was telling the locals that even the landscape alone, in Europe can even look better than that. But what people see are usually things we need to improve instead of our innovations. And we have done well in research. We do not do incubation, we do not collate all the research products, but our colleagues have done tremendous research, and we have not been able to translate those research into industrial consumption. One may say that may not be the business of the universities to do that, and we have to rethink the nature of partnership. How this research, people will know about that. But you cannot understand malaria and Ebola without praising African universities. We've contributed to HIV/AIDS research, to malaria research, to Ebola research. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Kenya Medical Research Institute in terms of how they've succeeded. And if you study the University of Ghana, University of Agric in Tanzania, I've been party to collecting the information on what they've done in those universities. And they are very revolutionary in terms of Agric advancement. Even in areas like space research, we've done well in South Africa. Ashesi University, African Leadership University, they've contributed to startup ecosystem. We have major research in tech innovations coming from Kenya, from Ghana, the Lagos Silicon Valley. Nigeria controls 1/3 of Bitcoin industry. Nigerian Ghanaian youth, to those of us who do research among them, discover their capacity for coding, for programming, for certification, which they are now putting to good use. And the leading frontiers in the humanities and theories, Afrofuturism, Afropolitanism, cosmopolitanism, these are products of African intellectuals that we do not celebrate enough. If you go to the Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana, go and visit their archives, the Nketia Museum. you will see tremendous contributions to cultural preservation, historical preservation that we don't celebrate. Addis Ababa University does the same thing. And we are very good at networking as an African Research Universities Alliance, where we have spoken with many of our colleagues and we are building many of those partnerships, encouraging African universities to collaborate with one another. University of Ghana, Olabisi Onajanjo University, last month, they began a collaborative effort on cancer. And even many of us are not aware of what we do. The credit for women empowerment in education go to Africa. The colonial government did not train girls, they didn't train women. If you see most women with university degrees, vice chancellors, they were trained in African universities. They were not trained in universities created for us. That revolution, we must take credit for it and build on it. Leadership development. I'm the chair of the International Thabo Mbeki School on Leadership. A new leadership center has just been created by a former presidential candidate in Nigeria. And our universities meet many of what we call global challenges. Can we do more? Yes. Should we do more? Yes. But we should recognize that we are not as backward as people present us. And I use two narratives to bring our contributions to light. 50% of medical doctors produced under President Rawlings of Ghana work in the US. 50%. So we're not just committed to developing human power for Africa. We have also become the producers of human power for Western societies. Over 2,000 health workers left Nigeria last year. So on the one hand, on Monday, they criticize these universities and we join them in criticizing them. And on Tuesday, they plunder the products of these universities. So on Monday, you say they are not good universities. On Tuesday, you plunder them for their resources. So that the data, we don't use the data very carefully. And in using the data, the number and brain drain that the chair in the opening welcoming remarks spoke about should be correlated to performance. Because you can't say these universities are not good and be rating them for their products. So how do we move forward? The issues of empowerment. My two previous speakers have done the preface for me. Investment in research, curriculum enhancement, capacity building as part of the reference to aging population, global partnership, commitment from government, development as a core, the use of academic leaders, and careful planning in establishing new universities. But empowerment is just not a list of what we have to do. They must be connected to transformation, in which programs have to ask the question, how do we use this program to transform our local spaces? We can't just be complaining that cities are dirty when those products can be used to provide energy. We can't just say our youth are lazy when they're making efforts to run away from us. So we have to relate what we do to transformations. And these transformations are about how do we move forward? How do we use millions of our youth population? How do we do basic engineering? How do we increase food production? How do we stop galamsey? How do we support illegal mining? How do we stop illicit transfer of wealth from Africa to Europe and the West? $88 billion every year. If we can keep that money, you will not recognize these universities within a decade. And we have to see in us, in our citizens, tremendous potentials for growth and opportunities. And in breaking these things down, I will highlight them as follows. Research capacities. Because universities are defined by the ability to generate research. PhD theses are usually the best evidence of research output, and the best work in most universities are tied to those PhD theses. And we have to create infrastructure in laboratories, in libraries, in digital resources. And once we create that infrastructure, then we'll be expecting the outcome. Some of these infrastructures are easier to do, like digital resources. Some require a lot of money, like laboratories, but we can do collaborative efforts in terms of how we can pool resources. And we have to do research collaboration. In that research collaboration, why we have to partner with universities outside of Africa? We have to partner with ourselves. When the roads were good, and I've been coming to Ghana for 50 years, Lagos to Accra is 7 hours. We should be talking about research collaboration between Legon and Lagos, and we should be focusing a lot of attention on this collaboration. It is easier for us, and we should be developing collaborations between private and public universities in Africa, bringing our resources together. I'm not saying we shouldn't collaborate with other countries outside of Africa, but we are not doing enough with collaborations within Africa. What is the relevance of the curriculum? People have been complaining that we have not decolonized enough. Yes. And in Ghana, I inaugurated a new field called African Ancestral Studies, which is part of the effort to create curriculum relevance. What have we done to the cumulative knowledge we have on kinship, on monarchies, herbal remedies, medical systems, environmental knowledge, so many that we have not integrated to the universities. I know in Ghana, where many people are Christians, they don't want to hear about ancestors. And I've been warning them that they should not confuse religion with indigenous knowledge, with customs. If I wear my kente dress, I'm not doing witchcraft. If I use herbal medicine, I'm not doing witchcraft. I'm not saying our people should not be Pentecostals and worship God, but they should be very careful in using religion to destroy indigenous knowledge system. We have to incorporate new technologies, develop online learning platforms, digital resources. And the good news is that young men under the age of 25 are so good in these digital resources that we have to trust them, and we have to trust their capacity. And I've suggested to many universities that they should be doing annual events for you to bring out their contributions, their findings, their platforms, their resources, put them on the table, we give them prices, we incubate them, and we invite industries to come and build on them. I am part of the Mandela Fellowship, where we bring African youth to American universities every year on my campus. We host them, and they display incredible energies, incredible new technologies. They've been able to create the use of materials to produce electricity. Our youth have been able to do water sanitation, water cleansing. They've been able to use waste products to make materials. The waste products that float on the ocean, on the sea, they've brought them to Austin to create new materials. They've been able to use banana and plantain to generate a wide range of new materials. And if you look at what the youth have done in terms of capacity, we have to begin to say, do not let us waste the brain of this youth. Let us integrate them to empower ourselves. And I will give you 3 areas. When Nigeria recalibrated its economy to become Africa's leading economic power, it did so by incorporating 3 areas which do not hold to universities, but hold to young men and women whose creativity and energies we are ignoring. Nollywood, Ghanawood, that film industry, now the 3rd largest in the world, is an example of how in a non-corrupt environment, without state intervention, people under the age of 35 have created a revolution in the film industry, a revolution in the use of technology. All those Afro beats that you listen to, Davido, have gone to Lagos to see how they're produced. In a small room, not as big as my office, using the cell phone. So when you enjoy Jerusalem, Bugalolo, remember, these are the brilliance of our young people. And the space they've used is not as big as the space we are using for this conference. And they are making use of cell phone and small cameras. Second, they've been able to transform the fashion industry in a way in which you no longer can ignore the continent. And they have been able to turn African music, especially Afrobeat, into the best in the world. We hold them, we have to thank them, and we cannot empower African universities without drawing from our youth. In a country like Niger, 40% is under the age of 20. So we have to just say, let us trust these kids and let us turn them into the core of our empowerment. And for us to do that, we have to change the teaching method. We have to do capacity building for our teachers. We don't do enough professional training. We don't retrain in research methods. We don't retrain in technology. We don't retrain in pedagogy. I have joined others in doing workshops, and we have to mandate annual workshop for all school professors or school teachers, because without that professional development, we won't grow and we will not be able to spread new ideas. Let me return to the point that my 2 predecessors have made, issues around brain drain. These are big issues. I was with some of our colleagues in the African Union where I got into some trouble in terms of recommendation. We cannot ask people not to use their talents. We cannot ask people not to travel. We cannot say because we train you in the University of Legon, you cannot work in Japan. We cannot say any of those. But we can say, one, if we use national resources to train you, what is your payback? Some will be voluntary, some will have to mandate. I got into trouble when I suggested the Chinese model, which is now abandoned. If you train abroad and you want to return to China, they stopped this program 5 years ago. And if we train you in Nigeria and you go abroad, you pay diaspora fee. I got into trouble for that suggestion. So what is it in which Legon trains you, second year you go abroad and you come back, there is no means to at least give something back. We cannot move forward without university-industry linkages. This is doable. We have examples, and I've suggested that some of us should create packages, take it to ECOWAS, take it to African Union, take it to all organizations how to do it. We have examples from the University of Texas at Austin in partnership with Dell. Dell started here on this campus. We have partnership with Stanford in turning California into the 6th biggest economy in the world, that we do not do enough of these university-industry linkages. There are products of research. When you hear that somebody has been promoted in chemistry to professor, in engineering to professor, in medicine to professor, they must have created useful research. And this useful research into innovation hubs. And we have to create innovation hubs, innovation centers in all our universities that we can visit. We have created innovation hubs in the area of culture. Legon has a museum attached to the Institute of African Studies. It has an archive. That's an innovation hub in the area of culture. We can create an innovation hub in virtually all areas. And in these innovation hubs, we deposit the products of our research, mandatory as part of the promotion exercise. And we seek the means to create patents in them, and before they are stolen, we invite industries. And I mentioned things that are stolen. Yes, a Ghanaian professor by the name of Abenausi Osori did a book, 6 Ghanaian plants that were stolen by international pharmaceuticals. They were stolen. Origin, Ghanaian herbs now sell globally in big bottles as beer, small bottles as remedies, some of them stolen. Bitter leaves is now sold in tablets, stolen. Bitter cola, stolen. How many things do we want other people to steal? And they will keep stealing them if we do not create innovation hubs for ourselves. Now, cassava gari is now being produced by the Chinese. They are producing yam. They are producing kente cloth. They are producing Adire clothes. They are making Yoruba Amala. How many things do we want to give up because we are careless? Mr. Chairman, we have to stop this carelessness. Accumulate our own research, create innovation hubs. And in doing so, we have to create entrepreneurship training as part of our curricula, skills. And I've advocated in major documents that those of us who do the humanities, we must also begin to insist on combined honors. There is nothing wrong in combining history as a degree with a skill. There is nothing wrong in studying Akan language with nursing. There is nothing wrong in a degree in English and pharmacy. We just have to rethink the entire process in the age of AI and the fourth industrial revolution. We have to continue to build global collaborative networks, not in ways in which our talents don't bring back home ideas. We send people abroad, but when they arrive, we do not ask them, what do they bring? The late Ali Mazrui created a label, counter-penetration. Counter-penetration. My colleagues in Ghana, I've met them in Germany, I've met some of them in the US, but what is the counter-penetration effort in which the knowledge you take in China, the knowledge you take in Japan, the knowledge you take in China, in the US, who is converting them to value? So the US is fighting China over what? Accusing them of stealing ideas. Now, in my university, you no longer can partner with China without permission. That is what Mazrui called counter-penetration. How do you build nuclear power without counter-penetration? There's a book on the nuclear junction written by my colleague on the Nkrumah's program of developing nuclear engineering. There's a forthcoming thesis on pioneer Ghanaian physicists. These physicists took ideas from different parts of the world and they began to do collaborative networks among themselves, developing local physics. This idea of counter-penetration, we have to say, we send you abroad, we send you to UK, come and bring to us what you've learned. Funding will always be an issue. We are not going to be able to compete with funding. We may seek funding, but we have to be more creative. Elon Musk is richer than Ghana, richer than Nigeria. 50 American universities are richer than African countries. So we have to say, we are not going to compete along that line, but we can compete in terms of leveraging resources at the local level, in terms of saying University of Gambia, University of Legon, let us collaborate and use our limited resources in our niche areas. The day that we are going to be awash with money, as rich as Harvard or University of Texas, is a long time away. So that we have to rank this, we have to rethink the very process of funding opportunities in terms of the kind of research we are interested in doing, in terms of connecting our capacity to our local environment. I'm glad that we have among us regulating agencies, and in all the conferences that I've convened in Nigeria, in Kenya, we always insist that regulatory agencies must be part of us, because there's a disconnect between universities and policy support, a disconnect between regulatory agencies and governance. We seek autonomy and accountability, but it does not mean that we have full power in terms of what we teach. We have to speak with regulatory bodies to allow us to be very creative. For instance, I have developed proposals on how we can diplomatize the informal sectors. But the Nigerian University Commission has not been able to allow us to integrate them into universities. Why can we not do what they do in other countries? Convert the successes of the informal sector into universities' diploma. And the advantage, as I argued, is that the jobs are there. Next to the University of Communication in Accra, the private university, is a large informal sector. And I wonder, why is this large informal sector not part of the university? And we have to appeal to the regulatory agencies. Let us convert the informal sectors into engine of capacity to empower our universities. There is nothing wrong in awarding diplomas in all skills, from ability to become chefs, to repair radios and television, to repair computers. These are diplomas waiting to be created for a Gen Z generation who will transform our economy instead of just thinking in terms of migration. Regulatory agencies also must allow us to do regional integration. There is nothing wrong for the University of Ghana and the University of Ibadan to have a joint BA and master's program. There is nothing wrong for these two universities to award a joint PhD degree. And there is nothing wrong in this regional integration to say that we will use the development of our languages. I have gone to the University of Sokoto to say that we should be allowing people to write PhD theses in Hausa, in Akan, in Fulani, in Yoruba. Regulatory agencies should allow us to do that. There is nothing wrong for a student to say he wants to present his PhD in Akan language. We should have been at this level, and this is what we should fight for, allowing our students at the highest level of credentials to present their PhD thesis. We've been advocating that even the presentation of inaugural lectures can be done in Zulu, in Hausa, just as our colleagues do, using their own languages in Sweden, in Finland, in Germany. The Yoruba people are over 40 million, bigger than Israel, bigger than Senegal, bigger than Finland, bigger than Sweden. Why can't a professor at the University of Ibadan use Yoruba to give his inaugural lecture? And these are areas that are waiting to be tapped, because talking about empowerment cannot be done without talking about decolonization. We can't talk about it without talking about indigenous capacity. We can't talk about empowerment without appealing to politicians to give us additional spaces. We can't talk about empowerment without converting organic knowledge into value. And we cannot talk about empowerment without talking about the youth demographic. And let me turn to this youth demographic. By 2050, we are going to have 830 million youth population. I've released a component of this address to the media, which I've asked to be circulated. We have to leverage on 1 billion people by 2050. And these billion people, under the age of 30, they are going to face an economy lacking job-creating capacity. If we don't give them jobs, we are in trouble. They will destroy our social cohesion. They will migrate. They will not see Africa as a place for them to develop. they will run away from us. So we cannot create an uncertain environment in the next 20 years. Let me repeat, by 2050, 830 million youth population, and this population will reach 1 billion. And the Gen Z, those are the students we are teaching now, born between 1998 and 2010. Those are the people we are teaching. They are the generation of the grandkids of many of you are here. And we cannot put them in the universities, and what they talk about is the job market and the job market. Many of them have checked out of Africa. They don't want to live in the continent anymore. And we have to see this as an emergency. Regulatory bodies must see this as an emergency. Government must see this as an emergency. In Ghana, 4 million people work in Galamsey. We are not happy. I wrote a major media piece on this, saying that if we don't do something about this, we'll end up destroying an environment, our ecosystem, all the water bodies. So some of these issues are very, very urgent. No youth empowerment, no university empowerment. We have to look at the theories that dominate teaching. We cannot keep insisting on Western theories. I'm not asking us to reject Western theories. I can never say that. But I'm asking us to develop our own knowledge system and use them for our own transformation. And we have to be empowered to produce human resources that will be useful in transforming our continent. We have to rethink the way we teach. We have to refocus the way we teach. I have 3 more minutes. We have to rethink how we develop our departments, how we combine these degrees. We have to say, do we want to retain the Western system in terms of how these departments have been created, or do we want to create newer ones? I was in Ghana some weeks ago to launch what I call African Ancestral Studies. In that African Ancestral Studies, I argued that we were successful for thousands of years. What is the basis of that success? In the food system we eat, in the environment we live in the medicine we use, in the clothes we wear, in the language we speak. We should not lose them. We should not lose them. And as we rescue them, we need to say we are rescuing them not because of their knowledge value, but because of their knowledge. And I want to all of you listening to me that in developing this empowerment we are talking about, decolonization and indigenous knowledge systems are very key to this very process. I appreciate this opportunity. I do not take this platform for granted. I respect all my colleagues in the Ghana Academy of Letters. I understand the pains that we all go through as teachers, and I pray that our rewards will not be in heaven. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I think Professor Falola deserves another round of applause. I think it is still there. Professor, I'm not going to attempt.
I'm here.
Yes, I'm not going to attempt to summarize what you said because it's very loaded, very loaded. But I'll be remiss if I didn't say one or two things. I think you've done justice to the topic empowering African public universities. Maybe we should add the private universities also. I like the idea of not denigrating ourselves, but to celebrate our successes, our achievements in the various areas of endeavor, medicine, social sciences, and so on. But he also gave us some ideas as to how we can, using the universities, improve our lot in African countries. Those points are well noted. Okay. Yeah, those points are well noted. We agree that we still have, and we're going to continue to have a huge youth bulge in our population pyramid. And if we do not do anything now, I think we all recognize that when you have that kind of situation, then you are sitting on a time bomb, really. So I thank you for what I also will describe as a motivational aspect of your address. Everything is well taken. Professor Falola, I understand we want to have a little discussion. Individuals may make contribution or put direct questions to you to tease a little more out of you. So please stay on. Okay, so the questions and comments are invited from the floor. Where are the young people here?
Good morning. Thank you very much for this presentation, Prof. I heard you mention cryptocurrency and the involved. Thank you very much. I heard you mention cryptocurrency and the involvement of Nigeria and Ghana, and I know the Bank of Ghana is actually currently developing an ECD. I don't have much information about that anyway, but I wish to ask our professors here, to what extent is maybe the University of Ghana Business School involved in the development of the ECD and developing the cryptocurrency industry in Ghana? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to seek further comments from the speaker when he mentioned about tackling the brain drain. The fact that people who go out to train come back and want to be integrated, and yet there's no opportunity or limited opportunity for such people to be fully integrated. And there was also the mention of the time bomb, about the fact that the youth we are training today are going to grow to demand that they should be integrated, and given the fact that there's not much opportunities available for them to be integrated, and there will be no jobs for them to do, and the frustration with which they may want to also respond and immigrate is a challenge worth consideration. But having identified the problem is one thing, and addressing it is also another thing. So what are some of his recommendations to how we can address these two challenges that he mentioned? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Very inspiring plenary talk. I want to pick on the issue of language. You're advocating for the use of local languages in our academic space so that one could even deliver their inaugural lectures in the local languages. You mentioned Hausa, Akan, and the rest. I believe this is something that is very laudable. I've heard this advocated for over the last 10 or so years, but I'm not seeing any practical way forward in getting this done, particularly because of the development of our language. And I would appreciate some thoughts on how we could practicalize or achieve such a goal. Thank you so much.
Can I answer the language one?
Yes, I think you can respond to those three.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
I cannot hear.
Yes, please do. Please do.
Thank you. The Bitcoin, the first question on Ghana new currency, I don't have any knowledge on that, but I will tell you what I have knowledge of. When next you go to Nigeria, ask them to take you to two places, Computer Village and what they call the Yabas Silicon Valley, where these young men and women are concentrated. I had to write in the Nigerian newspaper, warning the Nigerian police, do not confuse these young men and women carrying their computers with Yahoo boys. Because the police have not also been trained to understand that programming is not about illegal activities. I'm not saying people don't do illegal activities. But the skills that these young men and women are displaying are tremendous. I now go to Nigerian universities doing workshop on what I call certifications. That you can be at the University of Ghana and do Google certification, Microsoft certification, and you will get a job in Ghana. Elon Musk is even now about to be recruiting people from anywhere in the world to work. And that is the age in which we are now, and which universities must respond to. Why are the Nigerian youth controlling a large percentage of the global Bitcoin? When they started, the Nigerian Central Bank was after them, almost destroying their capacities. But things are changing now. Integration of brain drain. Let me start with the data that I'm familiar with. When the war in Ukraine broke out, I was surprised to know that there were over 10,000 Nigerians in Ukraine. It caught me by surprise. I did not know. When the war in Sudan broke, I was surprised to hear that there were 3,000 Nigerian students in Sudan. But for those wars, I will not know. So they are everywhere. Ghanaian students are everywhere. Here is a challenge. We are not enemies of progress, EP. We want to empower progress. We are not saying parents should not send their kids wherever they have the resources to do so. But countries deal with values. Then somebody has to integrate their needs with values and their transformation. If you become a doctor in Ukraine and you go to Ghana to practice, somebody must give you a license to be able to practice medicine in Ghana in relation to regulations and the needs of Ghanaians. That integration, we are not doing it enough. Nations relate their education to their hegemonic values. When we send our students to different parts of the world without a body, as the Chinese do, on arrival, integrating them to national needs and values, we are creating clashes at various levels. The question on language, I'm very happy that our elder is not saying it is not necessary. He affirms the necessity. He's just saying, how should we do it? Some people have questioned the necessity, and I tell them, in the last century, 3 languages developed and became languages of the nation. The Zionists, in creating the state of Israel, converted Hebrew into Israeli national language. That's what they use. People went to colonize South Africa. After 1949, developed the apartheid system, a very cruel and nasty past. And they developed Afrikaner language. It was developed in South Africa. You must have heard about Soweto uprising. Part of what led to that uprising was the insistence that they should be using Afrikaner. They began to use Afrikaner at all levels of the education system, including one of the best rated African universities located in Africa, Stellenbosch. At some point, rated higher than the University of Ghana in global ranking. And I told you I object to those rankings. And they use Afrikaner there. How can you leave Europe, go to Africa, create your own language, and begin to use it at a national level? What about the languages you have been using before Christ with a large number of people? In saying this, I am not saying we shouldn't use English, because people always would attribute to you what you do not intend. I'm simply saying we should not throw away our own language, and we should develop regulations that will create opportunities for our own people to use. I think it's a question of will. It's a question of vision, because we do not see it as a necessity. And once we see it as a necessity and overcome the will and believe in the vision, it should be doable. There is nothing wrong in the case of Hausa, spoken from the Gambia to Central Africa, not to be a legitimate language in universities to submit original pieces of work. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Falola. Professor Falola, are you there?
I'm listening, sir.
Oh, good, good. We've got a few more questions for you. You have stimulated us into action. Where is the...
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your insightful keynote speech. I'm very much interested, especially in the aspects where you discussed PhD thesis and its essence when it comes to higher education, especially providing research for the universities. A few days ago, I came across a picture on the social media where, I don't know which university, but more or less like student theses were found on a dump outside the department. And it was quite alarming to know that students who had gone through probably years of research had their thesis thrown out. And this is a reflection to some extent on how limited we place value on the student thesis once they complete school. I want to know, how do we as a people, both from the state perspective and then the university perspective, integrate these findings that for which students engage in so much hard work to write their various theses? How do we integrate it in state policy? And also, how do we make it relevant beyond their years of study? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Fatou from Sierra Leone. I didn't hear Professor Falola mention University of Sierra Leone or Sierra Leone at all in his statement. I know Sierra Leone has done quite a bit from being termed Athens of West Africa. But I think what I want to say is more of a statement, really. Thank you very much for such inspiring and motivational keynote. I think it teases us a bit as African academics that there's a lot we need to do to rethink, and I like the use of the word rethink that he used during his keynote, to rethink what we do, to decolonize ourselves. And all the things he's done, quite Pan-African thoughts going there, and how we acknowledge and celebrate things that we have done ourselves. And I think it's a very key issue that we need to use within our systems. How we measure what we do using our own lenses, as opposed to using a Western or foreign lens to compare with what we have in Africa. I think we need to tell more of our own stories. And we need to do this to recalibrate ourselves, put ourselves together, and there's a lot of suggestions he's made there on collaboration, on working together, and I think this is something that we need to hold on to. I don't know if there is already a system kind of to monitor what African universities do, but I think it's a wake-up call for us to have kind of a system where we monitor and evaluate ourselves as African institutions, as African academics, on what we're bringing out that used to be before we were colonized, and what we are now, and where we want to head to. And I think that is a way of putting Africa really on the, as opposed to us being givers all the time and other people telling us stories, but putting us on the fore where we tell our own stories and we celebrate what we have, our languages, our way of dress, our food, all of these things. Otherwise, the Chinese come and take all of them from us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm Hasiata Abubakar from the University of Ghana, and I'm really motivated by the plenary talk. I think I have just a simple question. I was wondering, the program in African ancestral studies, right? I'm wondering what difference it has when we already have African studies. So what difference would that bring on board, or what is it exactly about? And also thinking of the entrepreneurial skills perhaps students are going to acquire through such a program. Thank you very much.
Can I respond to those three questions, please?
Yes, please go ahead, and then you'll take a few more.
And I can take more questions.
Yeah, sure.
My friend from Sierra Leone, I'm a friend of Sierra Leone and your university, Furabe. And every year, we have 2 people coming from Sierra Leone at the end of March to Austin. So I follow the developments there and the innovative work that our colleagues are doing. Professor Jallo, Abdullah, Ibrahim, and many others. And I also understand the economic challenges that you all are going through in terms of exchange rates. And I appreciate that the university has kept to rigorous evaluation in terms of promotion system, because I've been privileged to evaluate the papers of some of those who have been promoted. But I want to use Sierra Leone to return to language. How Creole, which also began used to describe, is giving us some examples of how to do language empowerment. For those of you who have followed Creole, its variants as Pidgin in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Cameroon, notice how the universities were rebelling against them, but how the public fought universities to a standstill and converted Pidgin into what you are going to call a national language. I don't know about the case of Ghana. In Nigeria now, television stations, major radio stations now run their programs in Pidgin. Ken Saro-Wiwa, that Abacha brutally killed, was able to turn Creole into major television programs, one of the best television programs in the country's history. And he began to use it to write his novels. And this is another example of how we have something that works for us that we should not throw away. And in saying this, I am not saying that we should not teach former English or former French, but that we should be extremely creative in accepting and adopting that which has become very popular, as in the case of Pidgin language. Thank you, my friend from Sierra Leone. African ancestral studies can be part of African studies. So we have not said because we have African studies, don't let us do African history, or don't let us do African languages as separate disciplines. You can always hive off from a larger program, specific ones. You can always create new ones. So if you look at geography, it gave rise to so many other disciplines. Years ago, there was a BA in business administration. Today, it has become more than a dozen disciplines. So that if you now have a degree in BA business administration and you are looking for a job, you may be at a disadvantage. If the company is looking for IT, data mining, accounting, because they have become their own specific degrees. So you can have a large body, but they fragment. Part of what we do not follow and do very well in Africa is the immediate creation of new disciplines. If you enter a university, 5 years later, by the time you collect your degree, new disciplines have been created. And I will use myself as an example. When I have 3 children, and one of them went to do engineering, but she ended up with a new degree called Business Route to Engineering, because I did not know that a new degree had been created. When you buy any product, there is a manual inside that product that tells you how to use it. I did not know that that is a degree. Technical writing. So she understands engineering, she understands business. And her first job was to be writing those manuals, making a lot of salary. So we create new disciplines. We are very slow in creating these new disciplines. And this is some of what the regulatory bodies also have to assist us with. The universities must have the capacity to create new disciplines, new degrees in line with, there's so many new disciplines that will satisfy this Gen Z generation that we are not creating. And I'm using this platform to appeal. Dr. Anderson from Kumasi, I recognize you. You are the one who posed a question on thesis and values. And I apologize that I didn't come in person. I've seen 3-4 people in the audience who actually wanted to see me in person, and I apologize. As I said earlier, they gave me a ticket, but I must head to Nigeria tomorrow because I have to give a convocation lecture. I apologize. It's very depressing. You are talking about theses that they throw away. This is not a joke. I have bought granite and roasted plantain with university certificates, with thesis, with long essays. And the plantain seller and this granite seller could not have had them, but for somebody giving it to them. Go to the offices of heads of department. Half of their spaces are piled up by thesis because there are no spaces to put them. And where universities have not gone to digital presentation, they run out of spaces. But the fundamental question you are asking, who is distilling the knowledge from this thesis? And in my presentation, I recommended the creation of a hub. This is why we promoted you to a professor. Can you distill for us your contributions, and we study them in these hubs? There's this disconnect between the production of knowledge and the use of knowledge. And that disconnect, we must bridge. I'm very happy that these questions are coming out, which means that the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences they have embarked on a program that we all need to undertake. Thank you.
Professor Falula, we'll take just 2 more questions, then we can release you. Professor Fabrode.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I share the optimism that you started with and the president of the academy, and wish our keynote speaker has also expanded that we need to be more positive about some things that are happening in Africa that we have not paid sufficient attention to. I acknowledge his reference to the informal sector that we need to integrate very well. And more importantly, the activities of the youths who have been dictating their own life, and they are succeeding, and we don't seem to have paid much attention to it. But the question I want to ask Professor Falola relates to the direction. How does he see the youths really carrying this out to the logical conclusion? Because really they've never waited for us. By us, I mean those of us who are on this side of, of life. They have always determined the way they will get things done. He mentioned Nollywood, and I'm very impressed with that because we seem to have a convergence of thoughts on that. Nollywood started about 30 years ago. But in Nigeria, for example, the youths have tried to see how they could change the political situation. Ditto in Ghana. In Ghana as well, and more especially in Nairobi, in Kenya. And they have not succeeded. So what is it in their approach that is the problem? Compared to what has happened in Senegal, that they now have a 40-year-old succeeding as the president. Because I think they are thinking more consciously, and that is the pathway to make the real impact. They are not going to wait for us to change the narrative for them. They have been disappointed for years. So, Professor Falola, how do you see this? Imagine, especially what has happened in Senegal. Thank you.
Let me answer that question, please. Mr. Chairman, can I answer, please?
Yes, but after that, you take 2 more.
No problem. I can take as many as you want.
Okay.
So let me introduce the gentleman who asked me a question. We've known one another since the 80s, and I will use his career to broaden our conversation. So I was his senior, and then he became my senior, my boss. And faced with these challenges of transformation, we all gathered in the 80s to form what we call the Ife Humanities Society, a major initiative to reform the university spaces. He's a professor of agriculture. I'm in history, and he became the president of the association. And we use the platform to engineer seminars and workshops and conferences, blending sciences and agri with the humanities very, very successfully. That is one platform, a platform that we created locally within the university space to say that a group of people can even reform the universities in which they are based. I left Nigeria, and he rose to become the vice chancellor of that same university. So he has the experience of what he's talking about. And later on, he became the secretary of the Association of Nigerian Vice Chancellors, something like that. So you have in your midst people who are far more knowledgeable than me in this field. So his questions are divided into two. The youth will create a path for themselves, and how do they react to their disappointment? How are they going to react to their disappointments? The first one is easier because every generation will make its own transformational progress. And the older ones, people like me, we may complain as much as we want. We may be happy with some, we may not be happy with some, but we cannot stop the process. If I play Afrobeats now to you, many of you will be dancing to it, although you are from the high life generation, in which those Afrobeats have forced themselves on us. You no longer can do a party without Davido and Kiss Daniel and Ashake. So some of the innovations will force themselves on us. And some of their innovations will become the definitive markers of their generation. My colleagues in the universities, part of what we need to do is to respond very quickly to these new innovations. Bear in mind that universities are not the one who produce the Nollywood. They're not the one who produce Afrobeats. We didn't train them, and we are not the one who trained them in all this fashion. The three leading aspects. If you ask me a question, what is the feature of Africa? I will start by saying it's a culture frontier, unbounded, borderless, limitless, but all this hold to these young people. If you go to Jamaica, South Africa, Kenya, they're watching African movies. Indeed, if you go to the Caribbean, Latin America, you will appreciate the contributions of these people far more than you do. They are so happy with them in those places. When they see those big houses in Nollywood, in Jamaica, West Indies, they ask me, so Africans, you are as successful as this? It's true. You are princes. It connects into their own psychological elevations. When Davido released I'm Unavailable for 2 weeks in UK, it was #1. So we should be grateful to them and see them as ambassadors. But that is not the only thing they do. And this is where my contribution comes in. They are also good in sciences and technologies, but we don't harness them. PhD thesis is the best research work that universities produce. We don't harness them. And this is where the missing link will be. As to disappointments, yes, Jesus Christ was 30 years old. Christianity took 300 years. Another generation will do is sabotage. Older establishment will do is sabotage. Government in power will do is sabotage. But you can't stop them. Instead of stopping them, as Ruto discovered in Kenya, if you are listening to them very quickly, those damages would not have occurred. If they have listened to them in Ghana, some of what people are complaining will not have occurred. If we listen to them in Nigeria, part of the problems will not occur. So what I'm recommending is listening to them. And you mentioned the president of Senegal. I cannot mention policy work in public. Not only has he come to power, I can tell you he did not throw away the knowledge of older people. Because as part of his initiative, he invited some of us at the highest level of government to even give advice. It does not mean that a 36-year-old person in power will throw you and I away. It doesn't mean that. It simply means he will accumulate our wisdom and put them to use. Thank you, former Vice Chancellor, for attending this conference in Ghana. I'm very appreciative of your presence. And I apologize that I'm not there with you to go and drink Guinness and Star.
Yeah, so yeah, just a couple more questions. Dr. Fetty and the gentleman there, and we'll close. We're eating now into the next session.
Thank you very much, Professor Falola. Your idea about promotion of indigenous knowledge systems really has made my day. But, you see, when we talk about indigenous knowledge systems, the whole spectrum covers science, technology, agriculture, music, everything is in there. So we were really African, we were really practicing all these knowledge systems before the advent of Western education. And that changed everything. So to my mind, if we want to promote indigenous knowledge systems, we would need a cultural reconversion. I don't know if in your reflections, Professor Falola, you have already identified some of the things we need to do in order to bring back the indigenous knowledge systems that really should be our own. It's a good thing, but it's the path, the roadmap to achieving this is littered with a lot of opposition. What are your views on implementing indigenous knowledge systems?
Thank you very much. My name is Abukari Al-Hassan from University for Development Studies. Prof, thank you very much for that wonderful lecture. My question has to do with two things that you mentioned in your address. One had to do with the quality of research, especially with regards to our PhD thesis. And then the other one has to do with the Gen Z, the generation that was born with the advent of technology. Now we have ChatGPT all over, which can churn out a full thesis. I'm happy this conference is on transforming universities for the 21st century. Prof, I want to find out from you, where do we see ourselves in the next 5 years with the advent of ChatGPT? Thank you.
Can I?
Thank you.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
There's somebody on his feet now, so if you,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
We'll take that question.
Thank you very much, Professor Falola. I am so inspired, even at this stage of my career,
And I hope that the younger ones amongst us are even more so. I was particularly interested in the aspect of your talk where you talked about retraining academics so that we can do better. We know about the importance of the quality of education and the importance of quality assurance and standards. And I'm glad you actually mentioned that, albeit briefly. And I just want to say that this is something that the regulatory bodies also need to be interested in, particularly the pedagogical and other aspects of training of academics. And you also mentioned retraining in research methods. And I'm really glad you did that. So it's more of a comment than a question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, who is sitting down behind you? Third row, the last person who asked me a question. There's a gentleman sitting behind you with a beard and gray hair.
Well, Professor Akila Kwasoya is here. Perhaps he's the one you're talking about.
Yes, yes. Greetings to him. Greetings to him.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
And respond.
Yeah. So I think all institutions retrain, companies retrain. Even at the level of vice chancellors, they still do workshops for them. Because knowledge will expand, teaching pedagogies will expand. We cannot be using old notes to teach. It doesn't work. And it's not a criticism. It's not a bad idea to retrain. Civil servants retrain. In some countries, you cannot even become a permanent secretary without an exam. You have to do an exam in Nigeria before you become a permanent secretary. But we tend to see it as negative, as if it's a bad idea. Here is the way I will explain it. So when we create universities in Africa, we all create them as research institutions. And I've also been saying that whether it's in China or the US, there are universities that are just teaching institutions. Tier 2 schools, you're just to teach. And they promote you on the basis of your capacity to teach. Not that you don't write papers, but you don't write as many papers as in research universities. So what we've done in many African universities is there are research universities and teaching at the same time. And they are overloaded with a lot of work, unimaginable. University of Ghana, you can see professors who are grading 500 scripts in one faculty that I will not mention, over 1,000. How do you give 1,000 scripts for one person to grade? And that is a problem because we are also in the process destroying our best resources. So that retraining is not negotiable. I will not even call it retraining because some people may be offended. Let's call it just refreshers, workshops. You can't be a doctor or a nurse anywhere in the world and then annually you don't do a workshop. And the question on Gen Z, AI, ChatGPT is a global issue, is a global phenomenon. We cannot stop technology. It's not possible. It is the challenge of our generation. Remember that typewriter created a challenge. The invention of the compass, 15th century, led to Columbus' trip to the colonization of the Americas. We were destroyed by two guns invented in the 19th century, the Maxim and the Gatling guns. We did not have an answer to those two guns. So, new technologies will always come, bringing profound innovations. They will change the nature of the world. Driverless cars. But they will not do two things. No technology can destroy your social intelligence. Chat AI cannot replace your social skills. It doesn't have that capacity. So these social skills will continue. And it is our own business as African universities to see what advantages can we benefit from them, how do we retrain, and how do we change. In history now, the straight essays we ask, I no longer ask them because it's a bloody waste of time. Please excuse my language. You have to figure out a new form of assignments. If I ask them, explain the rise and fall of Mali Empire, now I've made them a victim of chat. But if I give them a specific assignment, I know those assignments that technology cannot answer. Imagine yourself as Mansa Musa. Tell me how you will reorganize the Mali Empire. AI cannot answer that question for them. But AI can answer the question for them. What are the achievements of Mansa Musa? So, since the birds have learned how to fly without patching, they've been able to escape human beings hunting them down. I am glad about the indigenous system question, similar to that of language, which is not to rebel against them, which is not to resist them as we used to do, but to accept them. The question, how do we build them into universities? It is very, very easy to answer. It is very, very easy to do. Many of you may not know that I'm a Ni. I received a chieftaincy among the Gaas people. The day of my chieftaincy, there was a promotioner of herbal medicine, large promotioner. So there is a palace, and in front of the palace, a wide variety of Ghanaian herbal medicine. And I told myself, how can there be a center of knowledge in the palace and there's a center of knowledge production in front of the palace? They didn't know I was coming. It was just a coincidence. That on the streets in Lagos, on the streets in Accra, you find this herbal medicine. Our people fight back. They keep fighting back. If you have diabetes, they will tell you the local medicine to use. Sometimes they exaggerate. There are antidotes to snake poison. There's so many things we still can collect. Nollywood has shown you the cumulative in the area of culture. If you may not like witchcraft, yes, but they do things that have no witches. And you can have a BS in witchcraft from a South African university. The suggestion that I made years ago, the creation of kingship studies, the suggestions I made, you can now have a master's in occult science in Britain. There's even now a department, along my suggestion, you can now have a master's degree in ancestral studies in UK. We make suggestions. suggestions that are turned down, and others find values in them. Even within 1 month, the suggestions are made in Ghana about ancestral studies. 3 non-African universities have contacted me to develop programs in them, and I'm building syllabus for them. And I told myself, this is consistent with how we lost power, colonization. This is consistent with how we lost medical knowledge in those herbal medicine that became bitter as an origin. This is consistent in how we lost our clothes, in which the Chinese now make kente for us. Our people come up with knowledge. I have a research team studying people in Africa above 90 in villages to tell us about longevity derived from African ways of living. And we throw things away that belong to us that we should preserve and integrate into modern education. And we have many things. And I'm very grateful for this platform. As I'm talking for the last time here today, let me thank our colleagues who travel from Sierra Leone, from Ghana, from Nigeria, to participate in this major event. And I'm very grateful for this invitation. I've enjoyed myself. Thank you very much.
We're almost set for the next session. Professor Falula, on behalf of all of us here in the Academy, let me say a big thank you to you for the insights that you have shared with us. I want to assure you that they will enrich the discussions that we're going to have here. So thank you very much. Bye. Mr. President, well, you gave us a good welcome address, so I think you also deserve claps. And last but not least, Director General, it's always a pleasure to have you. It's when you show up, then it assures us that there's something serious going on in the higher education sector. So thank you most sincerely for being here. Well, let's thank ourselves also through. I think the next step is to have a group picture, I believe, and a little break for, did you say coffee or cocoa? So, and also circulation, so you can walk around a bit to reestablish the circulation in the body. And then we come back for the next session. Thank you all very much for having me.
Please, we should have come back at, is it 11:30? 11:45. It's exactly 11:45 now. Can we come back at 12:15? So we've got 30 minutes. Thank you very much. And the photo session is out here. And then you go inside to have your health break. Yeah, thank you.
hope you're all you've stretched pretty well and ready to continue. Our next session is on the Gaas Higher Education Project, Conception, Format, and Lessons Learned. And we're going to have Emerita Professor Tichua Menu, who is the chair of the Project Management Committee, to give us the genesis of the project and how she managed to steer it to where we are today. So it's my pleasure to welcome Emerita Professor Tichua Menu.
Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon, everybody. And welcome once again. It looks like we are having a very good time. The only thing that we don't have is much of an audience, but it's the pity is on those who are not here. So we will enjoy ourselves and hopefully, and of course, we know there are people online, so good afternoon to them also. So my task is very simple. We've heard a lot about the Ghana Higher Education Project. And in this session, I will just speak to you about how it came about, and then also particularly the lessons learned. In the version of the program, I talked about findings, but I'm not going to say too much about the findings because we have 2 substantive sessions where the findings will be presented. So I will skip much of that. So this is the outline of the presentation, talking about the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and its mandate, and then the Ghana higher education context, higher education reforms and policies, key challenges and gaps in the higher education sector, the project approach and expected outcomes, its activities, lessons, and challenges. So, the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences was established by an Act of Parliament in 1959, shortly after Ghana's independence, essentially to provide thought leadership, to make inputs into policy making through research and evidence-based advice, and to convene and to have influence. So you see a photo of the first president here, President Kwame Nkrumah, who was one of the foundation members of the Academy. And his political opposite, Dr. J.B. Dankwa, was also a founding member. So it resonates with something that our keynote speaker said about, people being invited to give advice to presidents and heads of state. Alas, it is a fading tradition, but you can imagine a new country, a new institution, and the president himself is a member. And I'm told that in the early days, the meetings of the Academy were held at Flagstaff House at the president's residence. Okay. So its objects are to promote the study, extension, and dissemination of knowledge in the arts and sciences, to establish and maintain proper standards of endeavor in all fields in the arts and sciences, to recognize outstanding contributions to the advancement of the arts and sciences in Ghana, and contribute actively to the advancement of Ghana and Africa in particular, and the world in general, by examining and addressing issues of development. And I stress here the membership of the Academy. It comprises of scholars and experts in various fields, from law to science and technology, higher education policy, etc., and the creative arts. And membership is drawn predominantly from the universities and research institutions, but also from the judicial judiciary and the legal profession, and people who have achieved distinction in their field, wherever this may be. And Ghanaians, the members may be based in Ghana or the diaspora, and there's also honorary membership that's open to non-Ghanaians. And it does its work through its convening function, basically, public fora, lectures, symposia, conferences, publications, position papers, and many of you will remember that very recently the Academy provided a leadership role in its position on the issues around illegal mining and the environmental issues. And Gaas maintains a keen interest in education at all levels, especially at the level of higher education, and it has a chapter on education. So now, if we think about education in Ghana as a whole, but particularly higher education, it has always been conceptualized as a public good. And this was manifested in the willingness of the Ghanaian people to pay for their own university when the British decided to create one university for West Africa. It was so important that, funded largely by receipts from cocoa farming, the University of Ghana was established, and subsequently KNUST, etc. Now, it is a rapidly expanding sector, and as I said, I'm not going to provide the statistics because there are substantive studies on all of this, so you will see it after lunch. It consists of large public universities and several private universities, from the few less than 10 universities that existed until the early 1990s. Again, as I said, we'll see the evolution in the presentations in the next segment. We've seen different policy orientations of governments and attitudes towards and in their relations with the universities. And again, there is a substantive presentation on state-university relations, so it will be there. But one of the important issues is that in our 1992 Constitution, after we entered our Fourth Republic and transited to democratic rule, Article 25, 1C says that we should make education equally accessible to all, and in particular by the progressive introduction of higher education. So issues around access and equity are really important, and there is that constitutional backing for that. At the same time, there have been a lot of pressures for enrollment, and it has led to the liberalization of the sector. So when we look at, in the proposal that we wrote, we looked at the policies and reforms that had been initiated by government and higher education institutions themselves, either in response to demands by stakeholders or on their own initiative. And several studies have been conducted on the issues or the reforms. But there are three critical areas when you look at the reforms. And the first is on improving accessibility. And this led to, this is the early 1990s, led to the expansion and the opening up to private universities and their accreditation. And then the conversion of polytechnics to technical universities. And I put over there because some people argue that public universities have over-expanded, but there is the expansion of public universities, and it is still an ongoing issue. And all these three areas, private universities, conversion of polytechnics, and the expansion of public universities, there will be papers on them in the subsequent session. So the other key area of policy and reform has been in the diversification of revenue sources. So yesterday on the Gaas website, there was a debate about whether something was tuition free or not. led by Professor Tego. But so because education, higher education was nominally tuition free and, you know, we paid very little when we went to university. The more you deal with issues of access, the more the issues of expenditure comes up. And it led in 1997 to a stakeholder forum on the funding of higher education, and resulting in what has become known as the Akosombo Accord, where a cost-sharing formula was agreed in the covering part of the academic facilities and residential facilities. Even then, especially for those who manage the universities, they have witnessed declining subventions. And then a major policy tool was the establishment of the GET Fund in 2000, and then increasing resort to internally generated funds. So all of these are going to be covered in the papers that you will listen to in the afternoon. Another key area of concern and reform has been in the area of governance and management. And we have the regulatory landscape where usually by government with the former National Council for Higher Education being turned into the National Council for Tertiary Education, the establishment of the National Accreditation Board, which finally merged into the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. And then I just mentioned the attempt to introduce a public universities bill in the last few years, which failed. There have also been institutional initiatives, and one that I know Professor Ayi will mention in his presentation is the 2007 International Visitation Panel that the University of Ghana and Professor Cliff Tego instituted following a crisis at the university, which led to major changes in virtually every aspect of the university's functioning, and aspects of it have been adopted by other higher education institutions. So when we look at the higher education sector, we identified the following key issues and challenges, and I think both the President and the Director General of the GTEC mentioned it this morning, that what we have seen is rapid expansion of universities and their growth in intake in the last 2 decades without requisite expansion or growth in infrastructure, leading to significant overcrowding in teaching and learning facilities, unplanned and inadequate investment in infrastructure development, aging faculty and inadequate staff development, poor learning outcomes because of the above, and leading to challenges with the employability of students, poor research culture and the absence of research funding and infrastructure, and increasingly weak governance at many public universities. Now, for us, what we saw also was an opportunity, that we saw that there was an absence, before that, a key gap, in addition to the issues and challenges, we also observed that there was an absence of a platform for independent persons and groups to reflect on the challenges of the higher education sector on a regular and sustained basis. There was no arrangement in place for providing a sounding board for the different stakeholders. There were no regular reviews of current policies. There was no or little effort to rely on independent research evidence to inform new policy considerations. And even when forums were arranged or convened by government to consider a proposed reform, it was not clear how independent it was and what the likelihood was that dissenting opinions would be factored into the decision making. In fact, if you came and opposed it, you were usually dismissed. So based on the above diagnostics, the Academy recognized an opportunity to use its established convening power to develop a platform for evidence gathering, information sharing, and consensus building for higher education policy reforms in Ghana. And we were going to gather evidence through mapping exercises and reviews that would then form the basis of various convenings to lead to information sharing with government and other stakeholders. We're also going to review various initiatives under consideration by different stakeholders, that is, if we learned about them. And then we're going to develop well-researched think pieces for consideration by different stakeholders. So an approach was to also have regular convenings with regular stakeholders, with key stakeholders, to consider findings from analytical reviews and surveys on different themes of interest to policymakers and the general public. And ultimately, Gaas was seeking to offer recommendations for coherent and well-thought-out policy processes that promote equity and sustainability in the higher education sector. The expected outcomes from this approach and activities was that in the short term, we would have a diversity of voices in the higher education space, which would initially be channeled through Gaas. It would also be a platform for researchers and other stakeholders to engage on a regular basis. It would provide an opportunity for sharing relevant research outputs with a wider audience in a form that is comprehensible, not what we write in our research journals, but, break it down. In turn, this would empower stakeholders in their own engagements with policy and other institutional interventions. And in the long term, what we are hoping to see is the emergence of a new culture of policymaking where policymakers rely on evidence from good research from Gaas and other stakeholders. So how are we to know that we would be successful or that we've been successful? And we put it down that it should manifest in the willingness of government to review current policies and other public interventions where there is a general consensus that those policies and interventions require review and amendment. Another indicator of success would be the emergence of a new culture of meaningful consultation and reliance on evidence from research. And third, a greater recognition of Gaas's role as an independent broker in the new culture of consultations. So with this in mind, we submitted a proposal to the Carnegie Corporation of New York on motivating higher education reforms in Ghana towards equity and sustainability over the period 2022 to 2024. We had hoped to receive funding for about $250,000 US, but we received funding for $116 US to cover fees for consultants for the preparation of 7 background papers, very modest honoraria for reviewers. I think 1 or 2 are in the room, so they know how much they got. $250 per review, funds to convene 7 policy dialogues, to publish policy briefs, and you have the policy briefs in your bags. There are 7 of them. We have given you 5. By the end of the day, the remaining 2 should have been delivered from the printers. And then to hold this international conference and publish the proceedings. And the project ends at the end of this year. Now, the budget did not include any administrative overhead for the academy. Nothing, not a sou to the project steering committee. I have a fancy title, project director, not a cent. So we turned to the Bank of Ghana to help us with meeting some expenses, and it gave us some budget for project support expenses. in their thinking, when people come to meetings, they don't need fuel, they don't give transport allowances, etc. So some of the Bank of Ghana money covers all of this. So we went ahead and advertised calls for expression of interest to prepare papers in the following 7 areas with specific terms of reference based on the proposals submitted. 1 was on the conversion of polytechnics to technical universities. 2, the expansion of public universities and the effect on equity, quality, and sustainability. 3, financing higher education and the implications for equity and sustainability. We thought that the GET Fund was so important that there should be a separate study on it, even though it was implicated in the paper on financing higher education. So there was a background paper on making the GET Fund fit for purpose. A 5th topic was managing public universities in a new age. The 6th was on state-university relations in Ghana. And the 7th was on the development and growth of private universities in Ghana, even though we are aware that many of the issues that are raised about funding and management, etc., also apply to private universities. Following the submission of background papers, which were subject to internal and external review, we convened policy dialogues where the papers were presented and reviewed, followed by a panel discussion with relevant experts and interested parties and an open forum. Subsequently, policy briefs prepared by the consultants were issued by Gaas, and then here we are at the closing conference. And I really am sorry that today we don't have a flavor of the kind of stakeholders that we have engaged with, but I'll talk a bit about it. So as I said, I'm not going to go into the findings in the background papers because they will be presented separately. So, but what have been the lessons learned and the challenges? So, a key lesson learned has been about the higher education sector in Ghana and its capacities and challenges, including within the academy itself. What we found was that there are limited critical studies on higher education by locally based scholars. The focus of many of the existing institutes of education is often on basic and secondary education and almost very little on higher education. And in our view, this limits the capacity for introspection and reform. It's as if we don't have any issues, we are the ones who are supervising the rest. And we look at higher education leaders and administrators, and many of them are so involved in the day-to-day administration of their institutions and firefighting that they have very limited time to think about issues in any kind of systemic fashion. A major disappointment was the limited uptake and interest in responding to expressions of interest. Sometimes we had to headhunt people to do particular studies. And the quality of some of what was submitted was, frankly speaking, disappointing. Others who had the knowledge expected to be handpicked or invited. And then, so I mentioned when we were publishing the policy briefs, I got a phone call that the internal auditors say we have to submit 3 names. I said, what are you talking about? This is not like you are going to the marketplace to go and buy clocks, you know. This is a specialized service. Somebody has prepared a background paper and they are writing a policy brief based on it. Who are the other 2 that I must invite to come and submit? Sorry. So the other lesson learned, I was talking about the stakeholder participation. So in the proposal, we expected to engage Ministry of Education, GTEC, Vice Chancellors Ghana, UTAG, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, NOOCS, UTAG, Tertiary Education Teachers Association of Ghana, Parliamentary Select Committee on Education, reps from public and private higher education institutions, Ghana Employers Association, the Association of Ghana Industries Banks, the Bank of Ghana, the media. In reality, the engagement with the Ministry of Education was, how shall I put it? Not impressive. GTech was also not impressive. The last one, the last policy dialogue, there was a vigorous attendance by GTech, but hitherto, many of our invitations were not responded to. VCG Ghana, not as VCG Ghana, individual vice chancellors, yes. UTAG came, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, we never saw them. NUTS was here, UTAG was here, TETAG. A Parliamentary Select Committee on Education. I went to Parliament House, I went to see the chair, etc. But let's say that our rates were not attractive. So, but we did get two, I think there were the ranking member, two ranking members, and then there was a policy dialogue where one of the deputy ministers or so came, and it was very spirited. But so the point is that it's like man proposes and God disposes. So we had a very neat thing, but in practice it was not the same. The Employers Association and AGI had been quite consistent. We also had some banks, but I kept fighting with the people here that they were coming, but they wouldn't say much, and they weren't giving us anything. We wanted to know their position. The Bank of Ghana was quite consistent. The media too, a lot were coming, but in the end, we didn't even see the stories that they were writing. Maybe Ghana News Agency, Radio University, a few, you know. A major issue for us was that, yes, the background papers had been conceptualized around desk studies rather than surveys and interviews, because we simply did not have money, or time or money to commission actual studies. So that limited the authors, because especially when there was no data that they could find, then it looked like they hadn't done it, but simply. And then there was the data issues. Even many people, a lot of the consultants complained to me, they would go to GTech and they would not be given access to the data. So there was a lot of gatekeeping. And so some of them were forced to rely on data that you would think they were being lazy, that we are in 2024, why are you citing data from 2012 or something like that? But that was the best available data. So, and yet we were told often by GTech that they have the data. Now, if you have the data and it's not accessible on your website and you won't give it, it's almost like you don't have it. So data on higher education is an issue. And as I said, there were funding constraints, no overheads to GTech, Gaas, no honoraria, steering, and given that all of us are honorary fellows and that we do not receive any kind of payment, you know, it did make things a bit challenging until the Bank of Ghana stepped in, which is not to say that it was something, I mean, sometimes I feel embarrassed when I'm writing memos for payments to the chair of my steering committee, you know, like it's almost for 5 months and you're offering somebody $150. It's almost like an insult, but I think we are used to these insults in academia, you know. So another issue has been organizing the closing conference. I went back to the project proposal and I read it, and we were expected to have regional participation: Nigeria, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. So I wondered, if I invite people from Togo and Cote d'Ivoire, then I must hire a whole interpretation team. And I don't have the money. And the tickets around West Africa, inviting someone from Sierra Leone or the Gambia to come to Ghana, it is so expensive. So in fact, when my keynote speaker said he couldn't come, to an extent I was relieved, because I saved the ticket money. He was very modest. He says, you get me an economy ticket, I have a lot of air miles. I will use it to upgrade. The economy ticket from Austin, Texas was 2,600 and something. So I would tell the travel agent, oh, look again, you know. And then I thought, that's a quarter of the travel budget that I had. So when he said he couldn't come, I said, it's fine. So I'm happy that we were able to really get the IT link, you know, and he's, you know, look at him. This morning he started communicating with me. When I looked at the time, he's 6 hours behind us. And I started getting messages from him at around 6 something, 1 a.m. I said, this man doesn't sleep, you know. Anyway. And also finding the scholars, finding the people, especially from Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia, was a huge challenge. I did a lot of networking, and then some people canceled in other places. You know, it's difficult. So Kenya was not originally part of the network, but Kenyan scholars played a huge role in the project, in their reviews of papers, etc. And then given how well developed their own sector is, both for private and higher public education, higher education, I thought it was worth, you know, inviting. We actually invited 2 of them, but one of them had to drop out because she had a family emergency. In the call for papers, very limited uptake. The first deadline passed with very few abstracts. We did a time extension even then. So I had to also basically just call people I knew who were working on different things to submit abstracts. And sometimes the abstracts that we received, the quality was suspect. And then we applied a criteria that people should not be proposing new studies. We didn't have money for that. And also the time, because the time was limited. So the data should already exist for you to do that. So in the proposal, we said we would have 4 parallel sessions, but in the end, based on the abstracts that we received, we're only doing 3 parallel sessions. But I think it's more the quality that matters than the numbers. We had said that we would do think pieces and op-eds on higher education. That is an area of complete failure. There's one person in the room here that I want all of us to thank very much. Francis, I'm going to out you. Where are you? Yes, can you please give a hand to this gentleman? He's a journalist, and are you what they call a stringer? Yes. So he strings for several, you know, newspapers, journals, etc. So he's been keeping us visible on the World University News. So virtually every policy forum that we have had, and this conference has appeared and will appear in the World University News. He's put us on the map. I've compiled his stories, and it will all be part of the media reports, but he has been really very consistent for us. So in conclusion, what I'll say is that there is a lot of work to do. We have only scratched the surface. We have a lot of unfinished business in terms of the expected outcomes and our success criteria. And we need to really invest in engaging particular stakeholders, especially the state ones. We also need a lot more collaboration and partnerships internally within public and private universities and with the academy. We need and we hope that the presence of some of you here will help us with our networking within the sub-region and further afield, and that there are many lessons that you can also help bring to us that we can share. I think from this other point resonates very well with what the keynote speaker was saying, organizing our own coalitions and partnerships for a renewed higher education sector in Ghana and Africa. And we need longer term and more generous funding to enable Gaas to play its brokerage role. Mr. Chair, I thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. I didn't tell you when I first came to speak that we have managed to catch up on the time. Lunch is supposed to be at 1 p.m., so I have only 2 minutes to speak. I think this is giving us a good sense of the genesis of the project and the space that Gaas has filled. One theme that I want to leverage on is what I'll call the energy level, right? And I think it affects a lot of things here that it's difficult to galvanize or get resources or people or stakeholders to participate. So I think we need to spend a lot of effort thinking about how do we make our programs, Gaas in general, and also a program like the higher education, that we can get people to begin to participate vigorously. When Professor Falola was speaking, you could see that the energy level was pretty high. There were good questions. But we are also finding that even getting people to respond to proposals, getting parliamentary people to come and get free advice, free knowledge, it looks like we can't get it. So I'm always thinking that we probably need to spend more effort thinking about how we can get to energize our institutions and our groups and form communities that are driven or energized by a certain vision. So, Mr. Prof, you've done very well, because it is not an easy job basically trying to get an uptick on what you were doing. Very well done. Thank you very much. We said 1 o'clock, but she's asked me whether we might have a few questions for the project. So we'll do ourselves 5 minutes. Questions or suggestions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think I share your concern that conducting research on higher education in Ghana is really a problem. But can we also look at who is conducting research on higher education and who is training those people? Because to the best of my knowledge, there is no higher education program in West Africa. No, because I used to work at a higher education center in South Africa where we produce research on higher education. And our partners keep asking us, what is happening in West Africa? You know, so I think we should start looking at who is training people who conduct research on higher education. That is what I think we should start looking at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And I think the hard work of the steering committee is evident for all of us to see. Mine is just a suggestion that towards the conclusion of your statement, you mentioned that there is still unfinished business. And it's very clear throughout your discussion. So I'm wondering if it's possible for probably another proposal to be put out for an extension so that the project can carry on. And also, I'm not too sure when it comes to the mediums and the platforms on which the advertisement of this project was done. I was roped in by Prof very late. I did not have any idea of such a program. I know that as an academic, I'm supposed to be on the lookout. And when I went through the program, I realized that predominantly, most of the academics that featured on the program are from the University of Ghana. Very few people are coming from the University of Cape Coast. I'm talking about the representatives from Ghana, from University of Cape Coast, and then Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I don't know how, for the conference, yes. I don't know how we'll bridge the gap so that the too much centralization on University of Ghana, well, that's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my comments are not different from what she mentioned. I just wanted to know how we can make it visible so that we get more universities to participate in this kind of program. And I hope that we can have more projects that will bring even the younger or the fresh researchers and lecturers on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Peter Wekesa from Kenya, and thank you very much for looping us into the project. I think coming here has been rewarding because it actually reveals how different contexts look familiar. We have been working on a similar project in Kenya, I think, which Professor Toin mentioned in the morning. And I've been the country researcher for Kenya. But I've also been a reviewer of this project, and I find similarities in the manner in which the research contexts are familiar, both here and, of course, our part of the world. And it's important to mention at this point that I think, as you talked about business that is unfinished, it's also good to recognize that I think business has started because research-based or policy based on research has not been well taken into consideration, especially on higher education. I think going forward, and I could see it within the conclusions which you have suggested, comparative studies, especially country comparative studies, would actually provide useful analysis in terms of the broader shared experiences in particular African countries. But more useful again would be for what you suggested in terms of private-public university collaborations and partnerships. This would actually give us very, very useful insights for the future. All this simply boils down to resources and money, because very few people are willing to put research or money to research. So I think we need to become much more innovative in terms of finding our ways of raising extra funds for such research. But I want to congratulate the team for that very amazing work that has been done on the project. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Ayeti. I want to make two comments. One, Professor Tejua Menu in her presentation there's a slide that mentioned gaps. Yes, I would wish she would put the slide at some point, because I think during the summary, we might go back to it and look at where there are gaps. There's a comment about not having research in higher education. I thought when I was in Cape Coast University many years ago, there was an Institute for Educational Planning and Administration that is supposed to be a research outfit that ought to really be the center for data. I also know that University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, used to run a program for assistant registrars in university administration, either a graduate or a master's degree program. And I think, I don't know whether it's still running, but if it is not running, that is a sort of could be linked to the Cape Coast Institute. Because without good data and good background information, we are going nowhere. I am the editor-in-chief, or I don't know what my designation is, but there is a journal for Ghana Journal for Tertiary Education that I chair, the committee at GTech. We have difficulty getting papers coming from the general public, especially tertiary education institutions, because most of them would want to write in biology, in chemistry, in anatomy, rather than write about their teaching or whatever you need for a journal. I would have thought that if we had the institute doing good research and we have a training component like the Ife story that I'm just mentioned, we should be able to get people who would make serious presentations in tertiary education, and then we would move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for what you've said. And me being from Sierra Leone, I see so many similarities in what I'm thinking we're all cut from the same cloth with the challenges and the difficulties. It calls my attention to a project we had a few years back, the Sphere project that we did in Sierra Leone, and again for reforms within higher education institutions. And what I see is an opportunity here with Gaas to create a platform where we can, come together and consolidate what's happening within the region with the various research that's being done, various work that's being done, so we can compare notes, we can engage each other and even network, but build a base where people can find data easily. We have a thing where to get data is like, I always say it is like extracting teeth with pliers. It's very, very difficult to just, because people, if there is data, people keep the data. And sometimes it's not there. And I'm also happy you have someone, the gentleman you outed, to give you visibility, because that's another thing I think we have a problem with. So if we do have you as a conduit to set up this kind of platform for us within the region, and we have the visibility so anyone can go into a site or anywhere of this and share ideas and put forward what they have, I think it will be a good step. We have to engage it, to collaborate and celebrate ourselves as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I agree with you with many of the things that you have said. I'm from UDS, but I'm also a graduate student at UG, PhD candidate. But I saw the mail from the UG mail, the closing conference, and that's how I got the information. So I'm thinking that perhaps what Gaas can do, not people who are being paid, but we could have other reps in other universities, perhaps the UTAC platforms and other areas, we could also play a role in disseminating information. Then the next point I also want to raise about is the issue of that higher education space. Now, there is something that is going on within the PhD era. Now, before you even choose to write on something, you are schooled on it. Which area? How will you get the prospects there? Especially, the issue has been that, will you get projects on what you are writing on? So, if you are schooled in such a way that you are taking higher education, and they look at the higher education space and say, this place usually, we don't get issues like this or like that from there, then the most likely thing is that students are not researching and we are not getting the experts from those areas. So I think that there needs to be some kind of a reorientation about, and yes, research has been going on, but the focus has not been on higher education. Primary education, secondary education, at least in Ghana here, no higher education. I remember trying to do one on higher education, and the things that were coming in wasn't so palatable. But regarding data, even in the universities themselves, to get data is even difficult. Sometimes you wonder how things are being done. Maybe you want data to make a case for a project or something. Quality assurance problem, registry department problem. So I think this issue is systemic and we need to deal with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you very much for the comments, questions, and suggestions. And I couldn't agree with the chair and president more about the effort that we need to energize our groups. Patrick, conducting research on higher education in Ghana. Who is training people who conduct research on higher education? So it ties in with the last issue. Professor Far-Borade's paper, he mentioned the Partnership for Higher Education in Africa. I was part of it. And I led the Ghana team, actually produced a book on universities in Ghana then. And there were lots of vice chancellors who were very interested, but much of the effort gets into running your university. I mean, the things that Professor Tego does is rare, is remaining engaged, etc. And just a few weeks ago, he gave a brilliant lecture here at the Academy, the Kwame Nkrumah lecture, which I'm hoping he will expand into a book. And I will volunteer to read it, not help him read it when he has done it. But it does raise a lot of issues. Where's Eugenia? She got up. Look, you won't believe where the expressions of interest, the call for this conference, where it was circulated. KNUST. Professor George Miller said to me, Prof, I've done everything, nobody is interested. Cape Coast. There's somebody who is a consultant for this project. She's in that Institute of Education. I called her. I said, why am I not receiving any proposals from you? She told me that they do basic and secondary education, propriety. So it's not for lack of trying. I contacted the Association of African Universities to put it on their website. I contacted the registrar of Legon and said, can you send it to your sister and brother registrars in the other universities so they can put it on their platforms? So Eugenia, it's not for lack of trying. Cape Coast, somebody in the Institute of Education, she's a consultant, sent the thing to her. KNUST sent it. People were not seeing it. Even UG, they did not respond. People there, you got a lot of people who said they would, because I contacted them individually, like I contacted you. It's not, so it was not that institutional effort. Lucy, I sent you a copy of the call, the extension. So I used all the networks, but that low energy is an issue. We must confront it. It doesn't matter sometimes how many times. You can go and paste it outside somebody's house. They won't see it. you know. So there is a real problem. There's a real problem. It's not a trip. Money is not being promised. So we really need to look at ourselves and what it is that we are prepared to do and not to do. And this is our own area. If we don't work on it, or if we outsource the field, why do we think that somebody who's been appointed to a position somewhere necessarily cares or knows enough, you know? So I think that energy has to come from us. We have to keep writing the grants. Yes, it is a very well-established field. When I was doing the Partnership for Higher Education, I met all the people from South Africa, Chet, you know, all of those people. I've done work with them. You know, I used to be on the UNESCO Working Group on Higher Education. I've done work with, but here there is that energy is not there. And it's people like you that I'm looking to. And you did very well. You alone, you managed to get so many people to send in abstracts. So what we need are a few people in different places to aggregate things, you know, so that we begin to gel. Because we have to gel. We can't leave the field. We must find the energy. We must find some sounding boards. And that's why I'm saying I'm disappointed today, because we've had very vigorous engagement. The last policy dialogue on private universities, it was very engaging, you know. So there is that. The unfinished business. So last week, the Senior Program Director for Carnegie Corporation for Africa was in town, and I had an appointment with him. I met him. I even floated the idea of a Center for Excellence. He says they are not interested in that. But they are interested in what we are doing here, this network, this convening thing. And I pick up very much, Fatih, some of the things that you have said, that it is an opportunity, but we're going to need more funding. I mean, I can't just be doing everything. We need to be able to have researchers in residence, you know, who will do some of the research. People who can take a sabbatical or something and come and spend their time here and work with us. Liaise with GTech. We must push, we must continue forging good relations with GTech so that they don't see us as critics or something, but as collaborators, you know. And the data issues, what does it take a university to have up-to-date data, which is also accessible, which is visible, which is printed. In fact, it helps you yourself, because if you don't have data, then people assume that you are not doing anything. So how do we even get the, you know, and Prof. I was taken very much by this training program, you know, this, so that people just don't go and do administration or something and then they go to, higher education is a specialized field. So you need to be having more and more specialized people, you know, a sub-area training. I used to teach hospital law in the School of Administration back in the day, you know, but nobody really teaches higher education studies. Why are we not doing that? There's an institute, UNESCO has a Category 1 institute in Paris, the International Institute for Educational Planning. I was on the board for several years. Those are some of, they don't have too much money, but those are some of the people that we can connect to really ensure that we institutionalize higher education studies, you know, because this, if you are going to get the policy issues, if you've done the work and you have the data, it's hard for a policymaker to walk away from it. But otherwise it becomes, I think, I feel, etc. So we do need that to get the policy and really to ensure that expertise is created in the field so that it's viable, so that when you want to do your PhD in higher education studies, you find. You know, when I was looking for people to work on this, I searched the internet. There are lots of young Ghanaians in the US, in Australia, working on higher education in Ghana. So it's interesting. There are people, and this is where Carnegie says he's going to stop his diaspora program, but otherwise this would be one of the areas to get, but I'm sure that some of them, for their own academic survival, etc., they need to feed in Ghana. So this is one way in which proposals could be written, so that we have a vigorous center, or you have a Faculty of Educational Studies at KNUST. Interesting, huh? But we need a center that is dedicated to higher education studies, which gives administrators something, which will attract them. And it doesn't have to be degrees. It can start with seminars and workshops, trainings, different kinds of certifications. And hopefully it will, evolve into something more. And then there's also the South African, I don't know what you have in Kenya, but we can learn and exchange. And given that Carnegie works in all of those things, that is where we can aggregate and get something to do. So I'm hopeful. We can't give it up, but we need the energy. And we've been talking about youth. We are tired. We, the old ones, we are tired. We need the youth to take over. So come and take it, Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have to start thinking of ourselves as the emergent community. And so we should really try to form a platform where we can bring together the different people working in higher education. And the people that you find in Australia and the US, let's get them all on board. Prof, are you listening? Emerita, I said we should form a platform where all of us here will be on it, and the people that you found in the US and Australia, we connect with all of them. Very good.
I'll give you the names, but now it's your responsibility. If it doesn't happen, it's not because of you.
Now, we also have a small ceremony. Professor Michael Faborode wants to present some policy briefs that his institute has done on higher education. So, Emerita Prof, if you will join me, we'll take we'll receive the documents. We're coming down. He's going to present to us books and policy brief on higher education in Nigeria. One of the books I'm holding says, The Future and Relevance of Nigerian Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions. And it comes with also a policy brief. It's edited by Professor Michael Faborode and Omanu Edije. A charter for revitalizing the Nigerian higher education system, including declaration and action plan. So we are really, really pleased to receive this on behalf of Gaas Higher Education Project. Thank you.
And I must say that in your bags, you will find 5 of the policy briefs that we have produced. We have actually produced 7. The other 2 are with the printers, and they should be here either by the end of today or by the end of tomorrow. So those are the policy briefs. So we have done the policy briefs, but not the book. But now we are inspired to go ahead and do the book. Thank you.
Okay. This is a very impressive study. And I think we should even have it in other countries. And I think since the Secretary General of AAU will be here tomorrow, yes, they should actually take up some of these issues because we really need them. And as to the distinction of higher education compared to secondary and primary education, you know, the World Bank was not even funding higher education until the 2000s because they wanted to keep Africa down. Higher education is the powerhouse for development. And if you want to develop secondary and primary education, you need the teachers trained at the higher education level. But the research for innovation is at the tertiary level. So I agree that we must pay attention to higher education to uplift Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
They flip the ear. They've done that to you. They've done that. All right. Time for lunch, right? Well, we can go and stretch outside.
Hello. So why didn't they use them? I know they come. 1, 2. Two. 1, 2. Hello, 2. Hello, 2. Hello, 2. One, 1, 2. Hello. 1, 2. Hello. Cause my query, I mean, say, if you work, you day forms half past this ones. Hello, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello, 2. Try sound 2. 1, 2. Hello, 2. 1, 2. Hello, 2. Sound 1, 2. Hello, 2. Sound 1, 2. Hello, 2. Sound 1, 2. Hello, 2. 1, 2. 3, 4, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3, 4, 1, 2. 1, 2. 3, 4, 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 2. Check 2. Check 2. Check 2. Check 2. Check 2. 1, 2. Check 2. Check 2. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Check 2. Nine o'clock. Check 2. 2. 1, 2. Check 2. 1, 2. Check 2. Check 2. Check 2. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Check 2. Hello. 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 Check 2. 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 Check 2. 1, 2. Check 2. 1, 2. Check 2. 1, 2. Check, check, 2. Check, check, 2. Check. Check, check, 2. Check, check, 2. Check, 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 2. 1, 2. Check, check, 2. 1, 2. Check, check, 2. 2. Check, check, 2. Check, check, 2. Check, check, 2. Check, check, 2. 1, 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 2. Check, check, 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 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. 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 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hallelujah, salvation and glory, honor and power unto the Lord our God. For the Lord our God is mighty. Yes, the Lord our God is omnipotent. The Lord our God, He is one. Oh, praises be to the King of kings and the Lords our God. He is wonderful. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Unmute the first two lines. Unmute the first two lines. I left that one. Yeah, no be anything. Unmute the first two lines. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
1, 2.
1, 2.
All right.
Hello. Hello. Team Eternity.
You on any other mic for the that one pay? Okay, me home. Why they go up?
Hello. Hello.
You want another mic for the? Munjaimi Nenyami Asi Yami.
You go off.
Munja Namin Nenyami. It keeps dropping.
You see? It did drop.
Yeah. You say come then you go. You dey hear me? Hello.
Hello. It is drop and come, so make them do them like that.
Oh, you see in receiver, off am the on, I make I see something.
Which one?
There we.
Hello.
No, your own they work. If my own way they drop, they go, they come. Hello, hello, 2 1 2
Hello?
1 2
Hello?
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, be like now make stable. You know, be the channel so the receiver, the mic receiver. But be like right. You say some two receivers there. I put one for the other one in top. The one where you get the knobs, no. You see another one there under. You go see the power button, turn them off, then turn them on.
Hello. 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 1 2. Test microphone 1 2.
Oh, be too, not to danara, wa prapo imo. Media min suroshi, na merin sesa minyameta. If it wash me bode, come wa bring you now. Trina me trouble time can see me quaterina. More somewhere ready. Hey, 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 hey. Mess up, mess up, mess up.
Easy.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. Can we start? There are some people who are waiting online to join. Can I ask you to move up to the front? So, welcome back from lunch. And welcome to plenary session 3, where we will have presentations on the higher education project. And our chair this afternoon is Professor Michael Faborode, former Vice Chancellor, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. Can I ask Dr. Afeti to join us up here? Dr. Adam Yunus. Dr. Ayam will be joining us online. And so will Professor Kofi Osei Frimpong. And Professor Ephraim is our discussant, if he can also join up front here. So we're starting late. We're supposed to start at 2, and it's almost 3 o'clock. But in the very able hands of Professor Faborode, I know things will be well. I am a little worried about our people who have been online. Osei, are they online? You are what? You are connecting them? Okay. So, I don't know. Prof, will you let them present in the order that they are, or will you jump them? Let me tell you those who are joining us online. Where's your pen? Two. So 1 and 2 are here, and 3 and 4 are online. So he's the first one. He's the discussant, Professor Ephraim. Yes. So, Prof, will 15 minutes be too short? Oh, good. So maybe if you can give. Yes, that's what I was thinking, that those who were online who have been waiting. Are they available? Osei? Are they available? Oh, okay. So whilst you are checking, the session can start. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam, for calling this session to order. I'd like to welcome delegates to this session 3, which is essentially to present the report on the higher education project. And I think it's very important to understand what has happened, even though we got the background earlier today. So without much ado, I think I will call on the first speaker. But as soon as those online join, I think we should allow them to present. So as soon as they are available. Okay.
I am is online, so
the consultant, Dr. Justice Ayam, is ready to present. His topic is Okay. Initially, we had 4 presenters for 1.5 hours. So we have just about 1 hour to present now. So I think we allow him to present for 15 minutes. He has to try and manage what he had before and give us the highlights for 15 minutes. So can he go ahead now? Dr. Ayam, can you go ahead now? No, I think we'll manage just. Hello, is he connected?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. $15 minutes for your presentation. I hope you don't have any technical issue. Yeah, please let him go ahead and present. Or should we take the first one here and then you get him sorted out? Right, okay. I think we'll go ahead with Dr. George Afeti, the conversion of polytechnics to technical universities in Ghana. I hope so please project the first presentation. Maybe while waiting for the presentation, you can...
No, there's absolutely no introduction. I just want to very quickly spend 10 to 15 minutes. Right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very brief presentation. I will be looking mostly at the findings from the conversion process. And we'll begin with the introduction and some historical background about why the technical universities were established. We will look at some of the crises of polytechnic identity that prompted the conversion of the polytechnics to technical universities. We will also be looking at the rationale and justification for establishing the technical universities and the mission and mandate, and then I will look at the key findings, most important of which is the concept of differentiation. And then I look at the promise, the prospects, and the peril, recommendations, and then we conclude. You know, the technical universities actually were originally, actually this one, okay. The technical universities were originally the polytechnics that we had in the country. And the polytechnics became tertiary as a result of some reforms to the tertiary education system in the country. The idea was that how can we expand access to the growing number of candidates desirous of higher education. And then the polytechnics were then upgraded. Initially, before 1992, there were second cycle institutions. And then in 1992, government actually decreed what we call the PNDC Law 321, which formally upgraded the polytechnics. But the problem was that there were no benchmarks. We didn't have any criteria to say that you are qualified to be a tertiary institution. So that really was one of the key issues that bedeviled the upgrading of the polytechnics as tertiary institutions. And so, between 1993 and 2013, there was quite a lot of protests, agitations on the polytechnic front. Those of you who are old enough will remember that almost every month the polytechnics were in turmoil. The students were asking for a recognition of their higher national diploma, and then the staff were saying, well, we are tertiary, so give us tertiary or higher education conditions of service. So this really created quite, yeah, I think you can keep the slides going. My face is not really necessary. So this led to a crisis of polytechnic identity. And then the government, in an attempt to more or less resolve the issues of identity, they then came out with a government white paper. And in this white paper, government said the higher national diploma is next to a degree, whatever that means. So this actually really fueled the agitation even more. What exactly are we, the students were asking? So it became a real issue. And I think part of the reason for converting the polytechnics to technical universities may be due to this confusion in the identity of the polytechnics. So, why were the technical universities established? First and foremost, government said, let us try and reposition the institutions to become higher skills training institutions dedicated to technical studies and preparation of a skilled workforce for industrial growth, economic transformation. There was also this notion that if you made them technical universities, then students coming up from the technical, vocational, and training system will begin to look up to the technical universities as a logical pathway for their progression. And it therefore was assumed that there will be some parity of esteem, not equality, but parity of esteem, where students would say, okay, with my technical education, I can progress all the way to acquire university-level technical qualifications. But the most important thing is that government wanted to have a differentiated higher education space. We want to have a system where all do not look the same. Universities should be differentiated in terms of their mission, curricula, governance structures, and so on, so that students have a choice. Industry has a choice in trying to determine what type of students they want, and the students will also determine what type of training that they want. One of the key justifications is that you will enhance the image and attractiveness of technical and vocational education and training. So the technical universities in Ghana are more or less modeled along the lines of the universities of applied sciences in Europe. Although we call them technical universities, they are nowhere near the technical universities that we know in Germany, for example. So that distinction has to be made clear. But then we have what I would call some sort of indicators that are peculiar to technical universities or universities of applied sciences, which I have listed. You know, emphasis on skills and acquisition of skills that industry wants, as opposed to knowledge and quest for new knowledge in the normal or traditional university system. So the whole idea was that you have different mandates. The technical universities, you have mandate That is different from the mandate of the traditional universities, but the perception would look similar. The jury is still out whether this has been achieved or not. So the roadmap for the convention laid emphasis on a series of measures that the technical universities must actually implement. You know, the curriculum should be practice-oriented. We should have strong links with industry, and then skills training must be at all levels. In other words, don't just go for degree programs. You should be looking at certificates, you should be looking at diplomas and so on. And then the research should be applied. And the idea was that the technical universities should support medium, small-scale industries with technology solutions. That also will be finding out very shortly whether this mandate has been fulfilled or not. And then learning partnerships and integration of workplace experiential learning into the curriculum. So the findings. So how are the technical universities responding to this important concept of differentiation? In looking at them during the study, I realized that the technical universities have developed a noticeable appetite to be seen as traditional universities, beginning with the designation of the head of the institution. The polytechnics used to be called, the heads used to be called rectors or principals. But then, when the technical universities were created, the heads became known as vice chancellors. So, this was a big debate in Parliament, I remember. What should they be called? MPs or members of Parliament were of the opinion that a university is a university, and the head of a university is called a vice chancellor. So let's call them vice chancellors. But really, they missed out on the concept of differentiation. So we now have a situation which we describe as isomorphism. In other words, new institutions are beginning to copy the older institutions. They want to be like them. And that is also a real issue because that negates the principle of differentiation. Well, you don't blame them because it's easier to copy what you know rather than trying to be something new. And that is one of the key issues that we have discovered. We have looked at the research orientation, the student and learner profiles, the staff qualification and competencies. But then what is important is that it appears the regulatory body, GTEC, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, hasn't got any policies in place to enforce or support differentiation within the technical university system. Admission requirements are similar. The idea is that we are tertiary, so everybody must have the same entry qualifications, which is really not what it should be. Because if you want to go into a technical university, then your aptitude for technical and vocational studies must be one of the key things that institutions must consider in their admission criteria. But this is not currently the case. The other negative aspect of it is that since the market for students is now between or among the universities, all of them private, public, and everything, it appears therefore that students initially would want to enter the well-known public universities. So the wrong perception came to be established that it is the rejects or those who are not able to enter the public universities that make their way to the technical university. And this also further lowers the prestige of the technical universities. The only positive thing I can say is that technical school graduates now have the possibility of moving up the ladder into the technical universities. What I find very depressing is the fact that staff designations, scheme of service, everything is just like that of a normal, traditional public university. We have a lecturer, senior lecturer, associate professor, and professor. And you have a situation where publications are not related to industry. It is the number of publications, just like the technical, that's like the normal universities. So we have clear issues of differentiation. The programs and courses, as I've said, we have the Bachelor of Technology as the degree, first degree. We have the Higher National Diploma, and then we have MTech as well. So we can say that the technical universities are responding to their mandate of running programs across the entire spectrum of technical skills training. But then the courses show little diversification. It's the same old courses that we see, and that is not good enough, the same old courses. And the enrollments are increasing. We can see an increased uptick in enrollments, which is good. In other words, they have opened up the space for admission of students. And so we see that enrollments are increasing. We also see that graduate output is also increasing. Over the 4-year period, graduates is increasing. But the unfortunate thing is that we don't have much data on the employability or employment destination of all these annual graduates, about 15,000 every year. Where are they? We don't have enough data on that. So it will be necessary for the technical universities to do regular surveys to know where their students are. Because if they can show that their students do not add to the unemployment figures, but that they are usually more easily employed, it's a unique selling point for them. And then there must be also perhaps a possibility of doing performance contracts and so on with the technical universities. Funding, woefully inadequate, and this is a big issue which perhaps will have to be taken up. If you look at the promise is that things are picking up, but then the peril is really about mission drift. You know, the danger is that the technical universities may want to drift to become like the ordinary universities, and that can be a real issue for the technical universities. Recommendations, very quickly to finish. The mandate of the technical universities will have to be strengthened. GTech will have to ensure that there is no mission drift. It's also important that the plan for the technical universities to try to start doctorate programs should be put on hold for now because they don't have the capacity. In future, they may want to collaborate with other institutions to do that. But we need new programs, green energy, we need to get green skills and so on, smart agriculture and so on into the technical universities. So, to conclude, Ghana is not alone in this idea of converting or establishing technical universities. We have situations in South Africa, Kenya, and South Africa and Rwanda, and so on. It's also important to realize that no single higher education institution is versatile enough to produce all the technical human resource required by the economy. So it's important that differentiated systems of higher education would be able to support national development. So, on this note, I thank you. Females are welcome.
I'm sure people may have some issues, but I think we will hold on till the end of the presentations. Thank you very much. Please give me a round of applause again, because it's very clear what they found out, the original intentions, and now the playing field can be reset for the new technical universities. Do we have, okay, please let the next person come online. And the other person can follow immediately, and then we wait and take the remaining person here. Okay. Right. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sir. With your permission, I would like to stand on existing protocols and share key insights from the background paper on financing higher education in Ghana. The focus will be on equity, sustainability.
It's not very clear. Can you make it clearer? Thank you.
Yeah, I've actually amplified my volume. I don't know if it's coming from my end. Yeah, so as I was saying, the focus will be on equity, sustainability, and actionable reforms to build a resilient higher education system. Ghana's higher education institutions are centers for national development, serving as hubs for innovation, knowledge, and skill development. But financing these institutions remains a challenge, particularly in ensuring equity, sustainability, and access to underprivileged groups. This paper explores these challenges and offers actionable recommendations for possible reform. The paper's specific objectives include the following: analyzing challenges and policies in Ghana's higher education, evaluating higher education funding and its impact on equity and sustainability, examining current financing gaps and proposed reforms, and identifying funding sources and trends for sustainable higher education, and to synthesize the findings to recommend equitable and sustainable higher education financing policy for Ghana.
Sorry.
By way of this methodology, yes, please.
The presentation is not clear at all. Is it possible to show the slides and speak to the slides so that even if you can't hear, we see what the slides are presenting?
The slides have been shared with the academy, so I was expecting that whilst I'm speaking, they will explain them.
Yeah, the sound is not good at all.
Yes, as I said, the slides have been shared with the academy, so can they please display them, please? If they can display the slides. Before I continue.
Okay. Sorry, maybe you just hold on. Let's see how this can be sorted out.
The slide, it's not being displayed. Yes, I saw the slides with you, so I am not displaying them.
Hello?
Well, if I'm still on, can I continue?
Yeah, we are not hearing you at all, so it's difficult to follow the presentation. Maybe we allow the technical people to try and sort this out. Okay, so if the third presenter can do it online, we'll see. But if not, then we have the abstracts. So put on the next presenter. Let's see if you can hear him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, just a coming. Oops. Please, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Prof. Chair, good afternoon, and I'm excited to be here. I'm Kofi Osei-Frimpong, and I'm presenting on making the GET Fund fit for purpose. So I'll run through the slides quickly and focus more on the challenges and the recommendations that we identified. So I'll have a brief introduction, and then I'll skip the state of higher education institutions financing. We talk about the funding model in tertiary education in Ghana. And then also we look at the criteria for funding by GET Fund, some key challenges that we identified, as well as recommendations. So financing public higher education institutions in Ghana has become a subject of discussion. We all know that given the economic situation, budget allocations are inadequate. And last year, 2023, 22.9 billion was allocated to the Ministry of Education. And this year, we had an increment, and that's about 32.7 billion Ghana cedis allocated to the Ministry of Education. But even when we look at the percentage of the projected government expenditure, it is still below the 2023 Sub-Saharan African average of 15.5% and the UNESCO's minimum target of 20%. So, yeah, this year is 14.5, but we can still do better. And this decline is mostly manifested in several areas. For instance, when it comes to the total public expenditure on higher education, per student expenditure, share of total government budget expenditure, and inadequate research funding. And the research funding currently, I think government is doing well, as we see some increment, at least last year compared to the previous years. But all these are challenges when it comes to funding the HEIs. And so higher education financing challenges in the country led to the establishment of GET Fund in 2000. GET Fund has been very supportive. They support all the levels, including the higher education institutions in Ghana. But despite all the interventions, there's still a huge funding gap in infrastructure development in public higher education institutions. And I recently visited one technical university campus, and in fact, it wasn't encouraging. And I said in my mind that the vice chancellor should really be going through a lot of stress. I mean, looking at the infrastructure deficit that is currently in place in that university. And not only that university, but other institutions are also struggling. And we see GET Fund projects that take a whole lot of time, several years to complete. So yes, they are doing well, but there's still huge funding gap. The recent implementation of the free SHS policy and the increasing number of students is also putting a lot of pressure, which requires some dialogue to find a sustainable solution to addressing these infrastructural challenges. So we found that, yes, GET Fund is doing well, but they are overwhelmed and needs to find some other ways in carrying out its mandate. So in this paper, we provide an assessment of the scope of GET Fund's role in building a sustainable higher education enterprise in Ghana. And then we also highlight some challenges as well as outline recommendations that could help address these challenges and make the GET Fund fit for purpose. So this is just a brief overview of the state of higher education institutions financing. If we take a look at the number of students enrolled in tertiary education in Ghana from 2005 through to 2022, we see significant increase in numbers. And in 2022, we're talking about 635,000 enrollment. And these all call for its accompanied infrastructure because we need to contain them and provide a serene environment or a conducive environment to support learning. Again, higher education institutions typically rely on a combination of funding sources, be it government funding, grants, private donations, and student tuition fees, for which some of the public institutions are doing well when it comes to grants. Others are also not really forthcoming. So when we look at the structure of cost of higher education in Ghana, higher education in Ghana used to be free until the early 90s. And then 1997, there was the Akosombo Accord that accepted a cost-sharing model of funding higher education in Ghana, whereby government takes about 70%, and then the public universities also mobilize the remaining 30% funding requirements from 3 other sources, including the internally generated funds, private donations, and students' academic facility user fees. So when it comes to funding model in tertiary education in Ghana, the Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Education has the responsibility of determining and approving fund allocations. These expenditure items are categorized as staff compensation, administration, services, and investment. So the GTEC coordinates and monitors the annual budget design and implementation in higher education institutions. And of course, GET Fund also contributes to this endeavor. Now, the GET Fund, as I earlier said, was established in 2000. And the Act also requires the board to be independent and also adopt innovative approaches in organizing fundraising activities. However, the independence of the board is questioned given the subtle interference from government. And these over the years have also affected their operations, payments, which has accrued to become debt, etc. So the over-reliance of funds from government is a limitation to their operations, which has also resulted in delays in receiving funds from government, leading to several operational constraints. And we will later see their debt servicing, which takes a chunk of their funds. So the primary objective of the GET Fund is to provide financing to supplement the provision of education activities, especially at the tertiary levels. But whereas it used to contribute about 10 to 12.9% of government expenditure in tertiary education institutions, in 2023, there's a decline to about 7.84%. But the GET Fund engineered the creation and establishment of the Student Loan Trust Fund under the Trustee Incorporation Act 1962. So at a glance, we see the number of accredited tertiary institutions increasing. We have about 153 public tertiary institutions, and all these also receive support from GET Fund. So the GET fund disbursement to tertiary institutions in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, we see a decline in terms of percentage of allocation. In 2018, we looked at 32.96, 2019, 19.85%, 2020, 16.13%, in 2021, it's around 12.91%. So we see a consistent decline in terms of fund allocation to support tertiary institutions in Ghana. So the Act also mandates GET Fund to submit annually to Parliament for approval, and we look at the tertiary education, second cycle education, basic education, investment, and other related aspects. So when we look at the distribution formula for 2021, for instance, we see about 60.02% allocated to debt servicing, and these are debt accrued from loans and other unbudgeted liabilities resulting from delays in project payments. And then tertiary education, we talk about 12.16%. And then in 2023, we look at tertiary education and talking of about 7.84% of their allocated budget. And I think that is woefully inadequate to support the higher education institutes, given all the challenges that these institutions are facing. But something that I read recently, that the administrator said they've paid their debts up to December 2023, which amounted to about 900 million. I think that is a very good approach or bold step by the fund, which means that at least the amount of funds they allocate for debt servicing is going to reduce, and then we may get more funds allocated to other sectors. And in fact, in 2024, they increased their budget allocation to the basic education to about 800 million, which is very huge compared to previous years. So, overview of contributions of GET Fund. We talk about infrastructure, student development, and in fact, since 2017, the fund has completed about 3,000 plus projects across the countries, public educational sectors in relation to the tertiary and other sectors. They support the student development, faculty research and development, support for mathematics, etc. But in spite of these contributions, there are challenges that require some innovative means to address, and others that might really be difficult to address. So these are some of the key challenges that we identified: that payment of GET Funds debt and commitment, which have been pending for many years, debts cleared up to 2023, and the current debt stands at approximately 900 million Ghana cedis. And from the initial focus on tertiary education, the GET Fund now devotes a large proportion of its resources to the pre-tertiary levels. And in fact, in this year alone, we've seen a huge increase in the allocation to the basic level. The practice where limited resources are used to sponsor students for higher education in foreign countries using limited scarce foreign resources, and further deepening the balance of payment. And I think last year we made this recommendation, and we can see that the 2023-2024 scholarship allocations more or less have improved in terms of the number of students sponsored abroad compared to the number of students sponsored locally. The lack of independence and over-reliance on government for funding has oftentimes caused delays and other budgetary constraints. And then the passage of the earmarked funds, Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, also has significantly affected the resource envelope of the GET Fund. So we highlight a number of recommendations on making GET Fund fit for purpose. And one, we are saying that efforts should be made to introduce efficiency, reduce waste, and create value within the administration of the fund.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to round it up there now so that we can take the next paper. Thank you very much for relating the findings on GET Fund. I think the delegates have heard what you've had to say. So thank you very much for the presentation. So we'll take the in-house, I think that's the second presentation by Adam Yunus on the expansion of public universities in Ghana. I hope you keep to 15 minutes because we've lost some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the slides, please? Okay, so whilst we wait for the slides, yes, so our study looked at expansion of public universities and the implications of that on access. And our lead consultant was Professor Christine Neduyabwa, so I'm actually doing this on her behalf. Okay, so by way of introduction, what we sought to do in our paper is to look at how the expansions have occurred and the implication of these expansions on equitable access. And as we all know, as we said, public education is a public good, or education is a public good, and for that matter, it's a right. And the 1992 Constitution actually makes also that clear. So naturally, expansions will occur, but how have these expansions impacted, or the effect of these expansions on equitable access, quality, and then sustainability? And that is what we sought to explore in our paper. So we sought to do 3 or 4 basic things. First, to look at the nature of the expansion, as I said, and its effect on equitable access, quality, and sustainability. And we also sought to explore the drivers and the various actors behind these expansions, and then what has been the successes and the challenges of these interventions or policies. And we tried to give some recommendations, and we're strategic with our recommendations because we noticed in our literature review that there have been 2 large-level actors, internal actors being the universities themselves, and then also the external actors being the states, and for that matter, the regulators. So we're intentional with our recommendation, looking at what strategic management level at the university level ought to do, and what policymakers by way of regulators also ought to do. All right, so like Prof said earlier on, this is a DEX review, but we also try to make some effort to get some first-hand information by way of gathering some few primary data, interviewing some university administrators and some few students, so that we would blend what we find in the literature with what is on the ground. And so we tried to go beyond what our mandate was, to make it more relevant and very useful information. So in trying to explore the drivers and the actors behind these expansions, we use the policy analysis triangle to enable us understand what the context of these reforms were, or these interventions were, and who were the drivers, or what were the drivers and actors behind it, and what processes that were taken through in arriving at these policies and these interventions that occurred during the period we were trying to look at. So we gave ourselves some period, basically within the Fourth Republican period, even though we tried to go beyond or before that to look at what had happened or transpired before the Fourth Republic, and then make some comparison with effort that have been made after the First Republic. So one of the things we identified was the 1961 Education Act that made a lot of effort in trying to increase access. Okay, so you could see that compulsory and tuition-free primary middle school education, which actually gave way for more people to get access or to be able to gain access into the public universities, and also the nationalization of the University of Ghana and KNUST around the 1960s, that eventually also led to the establishment of the University of Cape Coast, and then the government taking full responsibility of public university education by way of giving full funding to public university education. Then fast forward, we came to the 1987 education reform, which was one of the major education reforms that we had. Now, the implications of these particular reforms had to do with the introduction of the University Rationalization Committee, or a university rationalization that eventually led to the university, the states trying to share some of its responsibilities in university education, particularly when it comes to resources or financing, and which eventually led to issues about cost sharing that we have just raised this afternoon. And that, as I mentioned, basically led to a decline of public investment in university education, introducing cost sharing in areas like providing subsidies to feeding, textbooks, and other areas. Okay. And largely that reduced access to public university education. And also, because of the increased number of applications and the increased number of costs, or increased amount of cost to education, instead of actually increasing access to public education, it's also had negative effect on access to education because of cost. Then the 1992 Fourth Republican Constitution, accompanied with other reforms such as the Ghana Education Reform in 2007 and the Education Strategy Plan, which is current, all had effect on equitable access, quality, and sustainability. Okay. So if you look at the 1992 Constitution, it actually emphasized the fact that it is the duty of the state to provide or to make higher education accessible to all citizenry. Okay. But if you look at those provisions carefully, it is couched in such a way that it is conditional. So even though equitable access is recommended by the Constitution, at the same time, it's going to be done on the basis of capacity, state capacity, and that raises issues of access for that matter. Then, as I said earlier on, the Constitution actually raises the issue of equitable access, special balance, and the need for skills acquisition. And so, in opening access, issues about locationalization of universities come up, and that is why you see government try to make effort to ensure that various regions, even new regions, will have universities. But there are questions and issues about that as we see that in our findings. Okay. All right, so what did we find? What were the key findings? Now, of course, expansion would occur naturally, but we realized that there has been exponential increment in, or growth, exponential growth in both number of universities and also enrollment. And so you see that until 1992, we had actually only 3 public universities. Then in 92, we added 2. But if you look at the period between 1992 until now, there has been that, the word massification that we have been advised to use cautiously. Because what is massification when gross tertiary enrollment is still around 25%. But indeed, there has been a large growth when it comes to number of universities from 5 to 25, and I'm told it's even 26 actually, and that includes the technical universities anyway. So, and the expansion is not only in the number of universities, but also in enrollment. And so you can see that as around 1993, we had 15,365 enrollment, but in 2022, we had 361,000. And I'm told that as at last year, and I think the GT director also actually confirmed, we currently have about 500,000. And so you can see that also exponential increase in university enrollment. Okay. But then the increments in access has not come only by way of expansion of universities and student enrollment alone. It has also come by way of diversified entry points and various programs introduced by the universities themselves. So distance learning, mature students, sandwich programs, satellite campuses, all these have contributed to the expansion of university education and, for that matter, opening access. Now, we also realize that the expansions have actually contributed to some other successes. Okay, so earlier on, I mentioned the issue of special balancing. And so as we speak now, almost every region in Ghana, until the creation of new regions, have a university, and that is meeting actual constitutional requirements. And so that's one of the plus as far as the expansions are concerned. Okay, and then there's also been some awareness and participation of minority groups in public university education. So some of the universities actually have their own policies on areas like less endowed admissions, issues about PW, DS, but these policies are actually local. They belong to the universities. We do not have a national policy that is binding these universities to undertake some of these less endowed admissions, for example, until recently in the new education reforms that the GTEC tried to make it binding issues of admissions of less endowed and other minority groups. Okay, affirmative action for females leading to improvement in female enrollment with ratio of 35 to 65. Okay, as at 2021. Now that is an improvement compared to what we have some years back. And some universities, like for example the University of Ghana, actually has a policy on admissions for people living with PWS and then females to male. But if you look at what the Constitution and other provisions, legal provisions required of 50-50, then you can see that we are still behind with 35 to 65, that is female versus male. Legislation leading to increase in enrollment of persons with disabilities, the point I just made. Now, what are some of the challenges as far as access is concerned? Okay, so there have been expansions, but expansions do not necessarily imply access. You can expand, build more universities, and access will still be restricted or limited. And so we wanted to see the effect of these expansions on equitable access and the areas that will require some improvement. So we realized that even though there have been expansions, but the cost of public university, I mean, as a result of the areas reforms like the university rationalization, the cost sharing, all have contributed to some people not being able to access a particular certain courses. And when universities trying to commercialize, and we use the word commercialize, I mean advisably, try to commercialize some programs with fee-paying models, it limits access to people who have coming from less endowed background or people with coming from poor schools. No. Then affirmative action, as I mentioned earlier on, a lot of the affirmative actions are not operational in many universities, and we are still behind the ideal ratio of 50-50. And as I mentioned, there's lack of quota for people with disabilities. Apart from the University of Ghana, that we found that has a specific policy on people with disabilities, we realized that other universities do it sparingly, I mean on their own volitions as and when they wish to do. Okay, now this diagram is on sustainability, but I'll come back to it when we're talking about sustainability. Okay, so we also have areas as far as issues about STEM and humanities. Now the constitutionally ideal situation is 60 for STEM and then 40 for humanities. But what we found in our study is that we rather have 67 humanities and 33 STEM. You know, and that is a big issue, especially when it comes to quality as well, because this is something that we all aspire. The Constitution provides for that, and we all aspire, especially talking about the need to transform and diversify our curriculum. And we are still behind the 60 for STEM and then 40 for humanities. And what we have currently is rather more of the humanities than the science and technical education program. Then fee payment, as I mentioned, is also actually making some programs, very important programs, commercialized. And that impedes access to people coming who are needy students or people coming from poor background. Okay. Now, generally, we still have gross tertiary enrollment less, 25%. For 2021, achieve 20% at the medium term. So we are still behind what is ideal as far as tertiary education is concerned. All of these have implications for quality. Yes, when you're expanding, as it was said this morning, when you're expanding and it's not commensurate with infrastructure development, then you're going to have overcrowded lecture halls, and you're going to have poor facilities for both teachers and then lecturers as well, lack of office space, and so many infrastructure deficits that we notice in our studies. Okay. We also notice that a lot of the alternative programs, especially the sandwich, the distance, have issues as far as quality are concerned. Okay. Poor learning environment and inadequate support. And so we are not surprised when recently GTEC actually pinpointed some distance programs and some learning centers that they are not fit for purpose and did not meet requirements and standard, for that matter, they should be closed down. And we actually found this in our study. There are a lot of these learning programs which have contributed in increasing the numbers are actually not meeting right learning environment. Okay, so large classes, like I mentioned, lecturer-student ratio is at 39:1. I mean, at the national level, as against the required or the preferred 27:1. Now, as I indicated earlier on, we try to blend our review with some primary data. And so we interview some students, and we interview some lecturers and university administrators. And these are some of the things some of the students told us. You see, oftentimes we learn about the theory, but then the practical aspect is what we are lacking. We need to garner the knowledge, yes, but the practicality is something that we are lacking. These are coming from students ASAD today. All right, so we talked about challenges faced by lecturers, and a lot of lecturers mentioned their challenges, and so issue of technology, projectors, smart boards, all these are absent in many, many universities. Lack of material for students with special needs, irregular opportunity for staff capacity building. Staff capacity building opportunities are there, but they are not regular and they are not very frequent, okay? And so this is what the lecturer has as far as quality is concerned. Okay, how have you considered the condition under which we work on our various campuses? Have you thought of our continuously increasing workload? Have you carefully examined the number of hours we work daily, 6:30 to 6:30 p.m.? Coming from, all these are coming from lecturers. Okay, now let me go straight to recommendations since I'll be told our time is up. So there is evidence of expansion of public universities in terms of institutions and students, yes. So naturally there's expansion, but then we are saying that there is that evidence that institutions have increased with from 5 to 25, student numbers have increased exponentially, and the institutions, but the institutions are not intentional about equitable access to minority groups. Just a minute, sir. Minority groups, okay, and a lot of universities are not doing less endowed admissions, and they are not doing admissions for people living with disabilities. Even if they do it as and when they feel like doing. Public university graduates seems to be inadequately prepared due to the quality concerns. And so there's issue about the industry, governments, or industry-academia relationship. And in our recommendation, we feel that we need to adopt the triple helix model of innovation. So it is not just academia and the universities, but then the government must also get involved.
Thank you.
Because universities are academia, universities and the industry can do whatever they want to do, but government will have to actually introduce a lot of incentives to enable industry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry that we have to be rushing it. I know when you are prepared for so long, but that's student for ourselves now. And we want to give a try to this third presenter again online, whether you can just spend 5 minutes now to summarize his slides. If he's online now, you can do that. Dr. Justice Ayam on financial higher education. Now the slides are available, so we will try and speak to it in 5 minutes. And then we will then take on the discussant.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chair. I guess you can hear me loud and clear now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to stand on existing protocols and share key insights from the background paper on financing higher education in Ghana. The focus will be on equity, sustainability, and actionable reforms to build a resilient higher education system. In Ghana, higher education institutions are central to national development, serving as hubs for innovation, knowledge, and skill development. Yet financing these institutions remains a challenge, particularly in ensuring equity, sustainability, and access for underprivileged groups. This paper explores these challenges and offers actionable recommendations for possible reforms.
Can you put it in presentation mode and skip the introductions and just go straight to your findings and you know what's the key points that you want to make so that
so I should go straight to the findings.
I think so. The backgrounds have been given already. Just go ahead.
All right. So the findings reveal some notable outcomes. First, the results indicated that the key funding sources for public universities were 66% government subvention, Ghana Education Trust Fund 20%, tuitions and fees tuition fees and academic facility use about 9%, and the remaining 5% coming from private investments and other sources. The critical challenges that was identified were inadequate government funding, higher financial burdens on students, and limited diversification of revenue streams. The findings further revealed certain key areas pertaining to equity and access. Financial constraints disproportionately affecting disadvantaged students, lower enrollment rates for rural populations and women, and the underutilization of scholarships and student loan schemes due to the absence of comprehensive means testing schemes or mechanisms. The findings further revealed sustainability concerns, such as rising tuition costs, inconsistent subventions, the need for alternative funding sources, limited private sector engagement, and the worrying average operational funding gap of about 41% observed between 2016 to 2021 financial years, as depicted in the chart provided. The results again highlighted the following emerging funding areas that public tertiary institutions can tap into: endowment financing, which requires transparent governance frameworks; income contingent loans, which has to be tailored based on graduate income levels; and public-private partnership that will seek to strengthen infrastructure and research funding. This slide compares Ghana's higher education funding models with global best practices, evaluating funding sources, equity, sustainability, and governance, and emerging trends. It highlights Ghana's strengths and gaps, drawing insight from models in Australia, the US, the UK, and the Nordic countries. Let us explore how these comparisons can inform a more resilient and equitable funding approach for Ghana's higher education system. Recommendations. This paper highlights 5 key recommendations: diversifying revenue streams, strengthening endowment financing, reforming or introducing income contingent loans, implementing means testing, and enhancing governance, all in order to drive sustainability and equity. What are some of the lessons learned? These include balancing public-private funding through strategic investment, fostering collaboration among key stakeholders, and embracing adaptability by integrating successful global models. To conclude, to achieve a resilient and equitable higher education framework, we must address the persistent financing challenges with reforms that prioritize equity and sustainability. Let's build a future-ready higher education system that powers socio-economic transformation and innovation. I thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, because we have communicated with the audience very perfectly, and we now understand the findings. For the discussion, I think we will get back to the presenters can come back up so that we can then be able to engage with the audience. The first presenter, Prof, can you come back as well? So we have a discussant who will enlighten us further on all the presentations, and then the audience will be able to, maybe we have just about 2 questions so that we can move on to the next session. I think you take.
Good evening. I think we're all very tired. Only me. We are not tired. I can see that. As a discussion for this session, I want to say a few things about the presentations that we have listened to. And I think that if you look at the cross-section of the topics that were presented to us, we have the polytechnics being converted into technical universities just by some fiat. That is what the presenter made us believe, that there was no critical analysis of whether it should be done, but it was done for some purpose, and most of the time not based on a certain criteria, but to serve a certain purpose. And in this case, it was from the government mandate that made it. Meant that they were going to satisfy a certain desire. And for the polytechnics, being technical university, it meant that they are going into a different set of the differentiation that the author was talking about. What is the goal now? What must a polytechnic, which has become a technical university, do? And a technical university, in actual fact, is one that prepares the students for ready job positions, because in their programs, they will already be given the technical skills. But here we are, the presentation indicates that, yes, the polytechnics have been moved into technical universities to satisfy a certain economic imperative, so that the students will be ready to go to work. They will be ready for the job positions. But this time, the polytechnics want to be like the basic universities. And that already brings about the issue of differentiation. What really is the differentiation issue? The purpose for which they moved from the polytechnics to technical universities, and trying to use the same old tool as the public universities means that the purpose had been somehow tampered with. But from the reportage of our speaker, Dr. Fatih, it shows that the polytechnics are really improving even after the apparent disturbance or the perturbation that they had. And that tells us that, yes, it was a good move to really animate the landscape of universities or tertiary institutions in Ghana. The expansion of the public universities in Ghana by Dr. Adam really talked about what was the need and what actually promoted the expansions. What we gather from his presentation is that, yes, we increased the number of places for students, the numbers increased, but the quality, he didn't go too much about it, but there is, when you increase the numbers, it will have a tendency to affect quality if you don't provide necessary resources. And there are two things that we need in public or all universities. You need the basic fundamentals of funding and the right kinds of individuals to perform the goals that you have set for yourself. So the expansion of the universities must be asked, what actually promoted or brought about the expansion? What is the target to make it accessible? But then, are we going to be able to build our universities only in brick and mortar? Because in most of the things that he said, he was talking about lack of infrastructure, lack of infrastructure. So we have to think about not building our university in brick and mortar, but using the IT, which has now become very available to us as a tool for expanding our universities. The GET Fund, I think the presentation on the GET Fund really told us the challenges and the successes and the benefits of GET Fund. What I got from the ultimate discussion is that in the GET Fund issue, there's a lot of room for improvement. We have challenges with capping, which makes the fund that comes in not being used for the purpose for which the GET Fund was established. And that is something that we have to be looking at. With the financing of higher education by Dr. Yam, which is also on financing, it looks like this session really talks about the backbone, the foundation of running a tertiary institution, finance. And how do we really get along this challenge of finance? If I put all the 4 topics together, which we don't have a lot of time, if we put them together, the issue at hand is that we want to do something to improve upon our university. There are courses. Why do we have to convert the polytechnics into technical universities? They gave the reasons for esteem build-up, for recognition, and then we changed it from polytechnic to universities, and we are using the old method to achieve a new purpose, because the new purpose is to be able to make our students ready for the job market and not to make us look like the old university. We want to expand public universities in Ghana. Why do we want to expand the public? There must be a target, access, yes. And then we have to look at how are we going to do it? Financing, funding. That's what Get Fund comes in. And then Get Fund, we are being told already from the presentations that we got, there are gaps in funding these cause or the responsibilities that we have. So I don't want to talk too much. What the key message or what we take away from the 4 presentations is that, yes, we have gone through a series of desire to make public universities or tertiary institutions accessible to many of our citizens as possible. The key thing is that what methods are we going to use to ensure that we achieve this target? How are we going to support the funding requirements that will be needed to execute that purpose? And then we have to look at, are we going to build all our universities in structures? Because talk about infrastructure. Should we look at how we use IT to expand our universities as a new approach, the way we go forward? And with this, I think we have to have a takeaway message from this our discussion today. What is the takeaway message? The takeaway message is that as a country, we are determined to improve upon the deliverance of higher education to our citizens. And we are also mindful of the fact that by that process, we will need funding to do that. How do we get the funding, the methods that we have available? How well do we execute the mandate or the authorities of the various bodies to ensure that we have the funding to execute what we want to achieve? I think I will end here and invite members of the audience, because we are all going to talk about what we will take away from our speakers and what we think will be the crux of this session that we've had. So the floor is open, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Professor Ephraim. Before allowing the audience to come in, I think I want to thank all the 4 presenters and the reviewer for the effort, not just of the study, but of making this presentation. And the analysis that Professor Ephraim has given on all the 4 papers gives us, better perspective of what we have learned so far. The question that comes to my mind is, if the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences have not undertaken this study, how would the country have been guided in policy formulation and other things? And if the Carnegie Corporation had not funded this, who would have done so? That shows that government must appreciate the need for this sort of thorough analysis in making policies and midway evaluating them to see if there is need for any adjustment. So I think one of the key things that will come from this is to recommend to government the need to engage knowledge in improving knowledge. And I think it's very important that academies such as GAS should be more involved in governance, in policy formulation, and in informing the policies of government. I hope it's not the same thing here, that our politicians feel that they know everything, and the academics are just there to bring grammar and not be too relevant to national policy formulation and so on. So Thank you very much for the good work that you have done for the Academy. And we thank the Academy for coming up with the idea of undertaking this study and getting somebody to fund it for them. It's unfortunate that it has to be an external funder. I think such a proposal should have been taken up by government readily to help them to govern better. So, just about 2 comments, questions from the audience. Okay, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We take those 4 now. Do we have the speakers? Yeah, thank you. I hope our online presenters are still on in case the questions relate to them.
Hello. Yes, so thank you very much. Mine is not really a question, but just an addition. I think that the session prompted it. When we did the policy dialogue on making the GET Fund fit for purpose, we had we had the 2 former administrators of the GET Fund and the current administrator of the GET Fund. And it was a very interesting session. The first administrator is the one who set up the GET Fund. And then after 8 years, somebody else came in to do it. That was the first time he was meeting him at our forum. So in addition to the point that you made about us not having a process to review what we have set in place, is also this dialogue. How is it that somebody does something, they are followed up by other people, and they never get to meet, to exchange views? So how do we learn? How do we improve things if we don't have the opportunity for dialogue to say, oh, so you are the one who did it this way. You don't know how much I've suffered since I've come, or something like that. Just to exchange. So that also actually highlights the importance of this platform that we are given to really provide this space for, you know, the exchange of ideas, views, and allow us to see what maybe our successes have been, but also the continuing issues. I just thought I'd mention it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. For in front of you, here, and then we'll come to this side.
Thank you very much. I did not introduce myself the first time. My name is Paul Amuna, and I'm from the University of Health and Allied Sciences. And thank you very much to all the presenters and as the chairman said, this work has been really very helpful to us. I just want to pick on 2 things. First one is that we have seen the evidence that over time, the funding from the GET Fund as a proportion of university expenditure has decreased. And it is very clear that it's on a downward trend. I would have wished that you plotted a line so that we'll see how it's decreasing. But I think we also need to recognize that the GET Fund is now being used to support a lot of work, particularly at the secondary and the basic levels. I recently had the person who started the GET Fund, and he was giving an analysis and some of the advice that he gave government over time, and how I noticed in the last few years, there's been a lot of emphasis on basic and then the secondary. At the same time, there's a lot of infrastructure that was started in the higher education institutions that are now more or less white elephants. The question is, can we rely on GET Fund for sustaining higher education? My suggestion is that we need to start thinking seriously about other strategies, because there is a real danger that higher education may be in serious trouble. My second point relates to the technical universities. If you look elsewhere, the technical universities in Germany, in South Africa, elsewhere, the technical universities were set up specifically for a particular purpose. And with the advent of technology and the new ways that technology is going, my question is, why do we want to move the technical universities towards the traditional university system instead of looking at opportunities for us to actually develop these technical universities to support a lot of what has been said here today and from this morning, and particularly with the youth and empowering them to become more productive and impactful? Thank you.
Thank you. Two here, and I think one more. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, there are three.
I hope we can keep it to just one minute so that.
Yes, please, Prof. I just want to mention three things which I think is important. One has to do with the fact that we need to admit that the political class is interfering in higher education management. That is running through, even though the presenters have not talked about it. It's a matter we need to. Two, the presentation that relates to increase in enrollment. I was expecting to see how the teaching class has increased over the period. As you know, it's not just the number of universities that have increased or number of students that have increased. I was also looking to see how the teaching or the faculty has increased over the period so that we can see where the dilution is in terms of quality, because the presenter was talking about quality. We can't talk about quality when we don't seem to talk about the people who have to ensure that quality is done, probably because of time. The last one, Prof, is about how we lost it all when we liberalized higher education without focus. We just gave a blanket statement. Anybody who can set up higher education, come and set up. If you look in other countries, they have always focused. If science and technology was our focus, then policy should have been directed at making sure that higher educations that were set up were towards science and technology or whatever, and not just leaving it open to anybody at all. That's why the humanities are taking shape. Or everybody is opening a business school because they are allowed to do that. Okay. I thank you for the opportunity.
Right in front of you. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. What I wanted to say, I think my senior man here has already touched on that. Okay. But I think I want to share my experience regarding Dr. Afeti's presentation.
1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute. Coming from the Polytechnic through to the Technical University, because I have been there for over 10 years before I moved to the public university. The problem is the polytechnics, the technical universities now, it looks like are not sticking to their mandate. And I think that same thing is also affecting the public universities. If you look at KNUST, if you look at UCC, all the public universities, most of them, they were established for a particular purpose, maybe in certain disciplines. You will see them running programs that were not originally part of their mandate. So collectively, we all have to look at this and see how public universities can be tailored towards their mandates. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll just take two more. There's a lady that I understand has been raising her hand since so. And then one more here. Sorry, right. Let's cap it at that. So yes. Yes.
I think the technical universities
1 minute.
Yes. A good example of a tension between skills acquisition, which everybody says, students say, employers say we need more skilled graduates. And then also credentialism, which is people wanting to have particular kind of degrees. I did a study just before the polytechnics turned into technical universities. And the students self-report comparing public university students who had degrees and at the time polytechnic graduates who had polytechnic certificates. The polytechnic students reported that they felt they had more skills than the university graduate students said. But many of them, in fact, the majority of them still wanted to go on and get degrees at the public universities. So I think that this is just echoing what Professor Menu said at the top of this session about how little we know about what's going on in higher education, including what the consumers of higher education are thinking and what they desire. I think that we need to dig a little deeper because it's not so clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just the last question here. I think most of the interventions have been largely comments, so we don't need to engage those who are online, but those who are here, if they just want to chip in. Hello. Just one last comment. Yeah, please.
I think mine is a comment and to the presenter on, I think the one sitting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Expansion.
Yeah. I think you should be concerned about the attempt to define access as admission. No, it's not the same. So as you are trying to explain access goes beyond just admission. I think that should be taken into consideration. I also saw the analytical framework you provided. I don't know whether I got it right, but I did not see government, who is a key actor. And the government is missing there, and I think you should look at that one as well. Thank you.
Okay. We have two presenters here. If there's any quick comment.
Thank you, Chair. A very quick one. It's about the technical universities moving towards a behavior that is akin to the traditional universities. That was not the original mandate of the technical universities. But let's face facts. They have to survive. In the absence of funding, they are compelled to start running programs in the humanities, which originally was not part of their mandate. So we have a situation where to be different, to be differentiated from the others, it means that you must have resources, you must be innovative enough, and that's much more difficult than copying what already exists. So it's a question of enforcing the mandate. So GTech, the regulatory bodies, must enforce the mandate. And one way of doing that is to link it to the performance of the technical universities. In other words, their budget could be linked to the performance. How many of your students are in science and technology? How many are graduating successfully and then entering the job market? So all these things can be worked out by the regulatory bodies, and that is the only way we can bring back the technical universities to their original mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perhaps one of the things that could be done is to, fashion out specific and explicit KPIs for the institutions so that they can be guided and they can be evaluated on the basis of this.
Thank you very much. So on the issue of the increase in teaching staff, yes, we did look at that because you cannot talk about quality without looking at lecturers. So we saw growth, a certain growth in the number of teaching staff lecturers, but then the rate at which student enrollment grows is far higher than the rate at which the lecturer group was. So I indicated that we currently have 39:1, as against GTech recommended 27 for humanities and then 18 for science. So that itself tells you that there's that disparity between the numbers in student enrollment and that of the teaching staff. Then the issue of the access. Yes, I did indicate that increasing access is not even the same. Expansion is not equivalent to equitable access or even access itself. So in the recommendation is one of the points I was trying to emphasize, that the fact that universities are increasing in numbers and even the fact that we have increment in enrollment is not equivalent or is not the same as access, okay, especially for certain group of people, minorities and less endowed schools. So they are not the same, and we did actually notice that. If you read our paper, you see all those details inside. And even the model that we use, we saw that we look at context, and then the processes. And in the middle, we have the actors. So the government falls in the middle as part of the actors. Thank you.
Well, I think I don't have much to say, except that there are two things that I always had in my mind. That when you want to build a university, or when the regulatory bodies wants to ask you to build a university, it shouldn't be measured only in brick and mortar, but you have to look at the modern age where you can use IT. So student numbers versus lecturer as a ratio of whether it's a quality or not must be tagged to the availability of IT availability, I mean, if new technology, how you make the course accessible to the students, and also the modus operandi that we use in giving education to our students. But giving education to our students, it means how you stimulate them to learn what needs to be learned. I want to just end up with this. Time is not against it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, the audience, for making it very vibrant, the discussion. I think we've got better insights and we have been better informed by the presentations from all our speakers, both those online and those who are here, and the discussants. But the greater credit goes to the Academy for making this possible. And for securing these grants to go very deep into these matters. So, and we want to thank the audience again for participating, in various ways. Thank you very much. And please, let's appreciate our presenters again and the discussants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that we are okay for time. We don't want to overfeed you, so there's no afternoon coffee break. If you need to go to the bathroom, if you need to stretch, we are doing fine. It's 4:30. We're supposed to start at 3:45, but there was going to be an hour with an open forum. But clearly we've done some now, and after the next session, we will ask questions. So after that, we have a nice reception for all of you, and we will look forward to that. So let's just, refresh ourselves, and then we'll switch over to the next panel. Thank you very much. Crescent, yes. So we have a full house, and we are continuing our presentations on the higher education project. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have our topics really laid out for us. Professor Ayi will start with managing public universities in a new age. And I guess Professor Nanekwa Anyido will come in with the state university relations in Ghana. And then we will have Dr. Lucy Ajipong, Academic City, private universities in Ghana, issues of access, equity, and sustainability. And then finally, we'll have a discussion, Dr. Francis Ansa, Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, University of Cape Coast. I think that was the institute that I was referring to earlier on. Yes. So, shall we ask Professor Ashuayi to start? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The topic is managing Ghana's public universities in the new age. So the outline, introduction, then the findings, recommendation, conclusion, then if I have time, acknowledgements. If you are talking about managing universities, at the heart of it is governance. And the literature is clear that without governance, there cannot be any management. And the point made by James Dudestad, the 11th president of the University of Michigan in 2002, has cautioned us that, and I quote, the greatest challenge and threat to universities arise from the manner in which they are governed, both from within and from without, unquote. So if you are talking about governance, you are talking about the legal, the policy and the institutional frameworks which will enable the actors to operate in order to achieve the mandates of the university. And when you are talking about management, you are referring to implementation and the organization of day-to-day activities. That's the difference, actually. One is long-term, the decision-making process, which is governance, and the other one is day-to-day management. So, what are the findings? There are two broad aspects of governance. One is external governance, and two, internal governance. And when you are talking about external governance, in this instance, you are talking about the relationship between the universities and their supervisors. So the executive, represented by the Ministry of Education, Parliament, GTech, Auditor General, etc., etc. It is more or less a supervising model. The state stands, somewhere and looks at how the universities are faring and all that. Now, when we are talking about internal governance, you are talking about the lines of authority within the universities. So you are talking here about the Office of Chancellor and the Office of the University Council. Management plays a key role
in governance without which management will not be effective. Now, so if you look at the governance and management architecture, this is how it looks like in Ghana. It looks like it's more or less the same thing elsewhere. So you have the external governance architecture. So Parliament, why Parliament? Because all the universities are established by an act of Parliament, so is Parliament involved? The fees of Parliament, the fees of the universities are approved by Parliament and all that. Ministry of Education, which is the supervisory ministry, which actually represents government. Then you are talking about GTEC, that's the regulator, etc. The Auditor General audits the accounts, and Vice Chancellors Ghana. Then you have the internal governance architecture, the Office of Chancellor, and the University Council. Now, when you come to the management structure, okay, it's up there, a VC and pro-VCs registrar. Now, one of the things, then the boards and committees, we have a saying which goes that universities are run by boards and committees. So you have all that. But one of the things, when people are talking about universities, university management, one of the things that we have tended to forget is the role of the registrar and registrar. And most of us here have been deans, directors, VCs, what have you. And you realize that sometimes you are in a meeting and you may have forgotten something and you tell your secretary, oh, what does the law say? Right? So they give up a very important institution. Right, okay. So one of the things that we found is that there have been major reforms in the legal policy and institutional framework. So University of Ghana Act 1961 was revised, University of KNUST, UCC, and all those things, they have been revised. The merger of the NCT and NAB into GTEC is also there. Then the expansion of the neoliberal environment, right? So we have 16 universities, technical universities, a lot of them are there, so very liberal. And can you imagine that now we used to have one private institution which received a presidential charter. Now we have 10. It used to be very, very, very tight. Now it's 10, and we are going to have more. So liberalized environment and all that. But you see, if you look at this, structure, the governance and management architecture is made up of people. So there are tensions between external governance and internal governance, tension between the internal governance and management structure. There are a lot of tensions. What I normally say in organization theory, there are differences, there are tensions, but they must not be dysfunctional. You must have a way of resolving them. It's very important, right? So that's one. Now, the other thing which I want to look at is the fact that we've made, apart from the mergers, the institutional reform, the legal reforms, one of the things that we also found is the whole issue of the capacity of the institution to implement neoliberal reforms in the name of the new public management. So decentralization, cost recovery, public-private partnerships, etc., etc. So that's very important. So those are important things that we need. And then, of course, the whole issue of relevance. Remember, one of the things that the universities are still grappling with is the whole issue of the four-phase transition. They were set up as colonial universities, then they became national universities, they became neoliberal universities, and now they are becoming research-intensive universities. So 4 phases, and that cycle is difficult for most universities to navigate. Now, but so what are the deficits? Some of them, I'll list them. We have some legal and policy deficits. The first one is that if you look at the Presidential Transition Act, Act 845 of 2012, there is a provision that an incoming government or president can dissolve public boards and corporations. And the argument is that those public boards and corporations will include the Council of Universities. And imagine it, that a new government takes over, all the councils will be dissolved and they should be reconstituted. It takes time, maybe sometime 1 year. So the appointment of a new VC will take 1 year, appointment of professors and all that will take another 1 year, etc. So that Transition Act, that provision, we may have to be revised. Then, of course, the whole issue of Parliament approving fees and charges, Act 1080 2022. So no university can stand up and charge fees. You have to get approval from Parliament. So I've talked about this, all that. The other thing which I would like to raise is the whole issue of the weak monitoring of institutions by GTEC. GTEC is the regulator. And as a regulator, it lacks the capacity to enforce even some of its rules. One of the things which I always say is that we've got people getting professors. Where are they getting the professorship from? And I know people who have not been to university and they are professors. I don't understand it. And GTEC hasn't got any power to stop this. It's a big issue which we must look at. So the ability to actually enforce compliance. The other thing which I want to flag is the whole issue of parity. Parity among institutions. If you look at all the universities in Ghana, they have different promotion policies. So maybe institution A will say you need 5 publications and then you become a lecturer, a senior lecturer, or etc., etc. So there is no parity. So you have people who are publishing even in journals. One of the things about why South African universities are doing well, in fact, they are always normally in the first 3 or first 4 university rankings, is that in South Africa, they have what they call a Department of Higher Education and Training. And that department has asked universities to collate journals in which lecturers would publish. But over here, so if you have published, you get A. If you have published, you get B, or what have you. But in Ghana, universities, can publish, or lecturers can publish in any journal, what we call the predatory journals. And you know what predatory journals are. So I think that GTEC, we must have a common parity system of promotion. It's very important. And one of the things which I want to raise is the whole issue of a national research foundation. It is in South Africa what we call the NRF. And in South Africa, all lecturers, if you want to apply, you must apply, and you are rated. You become a rated researcher, and you get funding for research. We don't have that. We need to start the whole. So these things must be done by GTEC in collaboration with the universities themselves. Now, one of the things which we've also found is that whether we like it or not, the governance and management architecture is coming to terms with the militancy of the unions. Unions have become more and more militant. And there must be a way by which the architecture, the governance and management architecture will be able to deal with, some of these unions. It's a very important issue that we must look at. Others have been looking. Now, maybe the final one, the employers are saying that, look, the universities are producing graduates without skills, without anything, no competencies. They must actually have the skills. So they're actually calling for the vocationalization of university education. I don't agree with that. I give the students the knowledge, and then they can apply the skills. Even in the so-called professional areas, medicine, law, pharmacy, and others, they do not get the skills from the classroom, but from outside it. So that's one of the things that we must look at. So my recommendation, let us reconsider the legal and policy framework. We change we actually revise the Transition Act. The section, we should also amend the fees and the charges. And sometimes the directives of the Ministry of Education and GTech, they are counterproductive. Some of them are counterproductive, which we must look at. Then, of course, the institutional framework is also very important. There is always a tension between the council and either the government or the council or the appointment of the vice-chancellor. Too much political interference in the affairs of the university, either in the appointment of council members, in the appointment of the vice-chancellor, etc. So we need to look at that. So the final one is the whole issue of transformative leadership. It's a very important issue that we must look at. We must also deepen reforms. Universities must reform. They must move away from being neoliberal universities to become research-oriented universities. So those are the things that we need to look at. So my conclusion is that governing and managing universities are very complex ventures. They involve a lot of stakeholders, and you need to actually look at the stakeholders and see whether they can collaborate. The other issue is the one about how can we make universities deal with the gains and also address some of the challenges. That's one of the areas. Then the final thing, when you are looking at the universities in a new age, then of course the universities will have to reposition themselves to face the tax. Others have called it make the universities robust. Others have said make the universities resilient. I would say that robustness must come before resilience, because resilience is after the harm has already been done. But robustness means that you have put in place the structures or the mechanisms to deal with the problems. On that note, let me acknowledge the reviewers of the concept note, the background paper, and the policy brief, and the comments received from the policy dialogue session. Thanks a lot.
I'm going to trust that my slides will be up soon. My presentation is in two parts. I do a historical analysis of how we got here in terms of the relationship between the state and public universities. And then in the second part, I will provide some policy options for how to improve this very important relationship. I organized the presentation and the paper from which this presentation derives around 3 main questions. Great. So these are 3 questions about what the nature of this relationship has been in the past. A related second question about what policies have both come out of the relationship and been able to shape the relationship. And then a third question, as I said, about how we can improve things. Sorry, excuse me, trying to figure out this. Okay, so this is the outline, and these are the questions I was talking about. The first 2 questions relate to the first part of the outline, which maps the changes in the relationship between the state and public universities over time. And then the third question relates to the second part of the presentation about what our options are for improving this crucial relationship. Okay. So just for conceptual clarity, I'd like to define a couple of terms. Institutional autonomy, I'll leave you to maybe read that. But essentially, we are talking about a degree of independence that is necessary. This is important. Necessary for university work, where I try to see time between the state supervising model, which Professor Ayi referred to, which is the state through its parliament and regulatory bodies and so on, supervising indirectly, not steering the affairs, because that would be state control, but encouraging universities in the directions that they ought to go, making sure that they are properly accountable in the ways that they should be, but at the same time giving them the independence that they need to be able to do the work that they have to do. I'm going to go very, very quickly over this historical part because I know that this conference is specifically about thinking forward to what we can do to do things better. Also, there are quite a number of people here who had to sit through the first presentation I made where I went into all this in quite a bit of detail. So I want to spare them that repetition. So just to say, these again are the themes that I looked at throughout the report. And I'm going to maybe highlight a few things that show the orientation of different governments that control the state at different points in time. We had the colonial period, of course, where the state at the time was exploitative and wasn't necessarily interested in, development per se, but there were incidents, historical events that pushed them to have to think about establishing a colonial university, essentially. And I point to these 2 reports that were very instrumental in that. And then we come to the post-independence era, where in Ghana, as well as in many African countries, you had nationalist leaders very much wanting the university to be a developmental university that would be at the forefront of the nation-building and development agenda. And that orientation came into tension with the universities that were essentially colonial universities. At this period, we only had one university, the University College of the Gold Coast, which later became the University of Ghana. But there was quite a bit of resistance in this university from the orientation that it had and the sense by faculty in the university or in the college at the time that they were entitled to a certain degree of non-interference from the government So you had this famous quote by Nkrumah, who I think at a time was very exasperated and made this declaration that academic freedom could not be used by faculty as an excuse to not do what they want to do, what they ought to do, setting up an ivory tower as if they were removed from the everyday realities of people, and still insisting on getting government funding. Then we had this period which where there was still a sense, even by military governments, that universities were important, even if, again, they came into tension with constituents of the university, in particular students. So when Professor Chua said students are becoming more militant, I just thought back. I think they were a lot more militant in the past than they are now. So there was that going on, but there was also in these moments some alignment of students in particular with particular regimes. So again, I think this is a good illustration of how there are sometimes convergences. Even in Nkrumah's time, there could be convergences between the university and particular governments about the direction the country should be going in, and then at times there were very clear and sometimes violent divergences. And then the structural adjustment period with the very famous or infamous interference of IMF and the World Bank in the economic and other structures of the country. And I think many of us will recognize that this was a period where there was very much a dip in the role of the university within a development agenda. We recognize the period of cost recovery and vocationalization, I think, and this is also the start of the privatization that we see has accelerated at this period. I say beyond adjustments because in quotes, because we still are in sort of an adjustment period. I think it's fair to say that this is a continuation of the trajectory that we started on with the structural adjustment period. But again, there's expansion of public universities, growth in the managerialist style of university governance. Earlier, somebody had said that we need to pay attention to the neoliberalization of public universities or higher education, and this is a period during which that tendency deepened. The COVID period is not necessarily a unique historical period in terms of maybe economic and political state, but COVID became a marker of many things, often deepening the problems that we had, or at least making them more salient to us. I think COVID was also important because it gave cover to a lot of governments to do things while we were traumatized. And one of the things that the Ghanaian government tried to do under the cover of COVID was to try to pass the public university bill. I think that bill is really significant because it marked almost a step back in where we had come in terms of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. And I'm sure many of us here know too much about this bill. I know Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences was at the forefront of the battle, so. And these other things happened. I just want to point out the establishment of GTech, which is, I think, important in understanding where we are now with the relationship between our governments and public universities, because GTech is a bit of a different animal from the two bodies that it merged together. Even in its policy statements and certainly in its practices, it tends to be a bit more, shall we say, aggressive in its regulatory functions than the NABNT. Yes, I said aggressive. It says your teeth on edge, huh? Okay, so this is just to conclude on the three things that I said at the top of the presentation I'll be talking about. So what can we say then in conclusion about the function and purposes of the university? So it's clear from looking at where we've come from that the notion that the public university should serve a public good has been consistent even across different types of government, autocratic, somewhat democratic, military, and so on. But there has been some variation in where what governments thought that public good should be and what kind of national priority the government has expected public universities to fulfill. It's interesting to note that when the vision of the government and the universities have aligned on how exactly the university could benefit society, then the state has tended to be less interventionist. And when there hasn't been alignment, let's say during Nkrumah's time, when the head of state had a very particular vision of development, then there have been tensions on that score. The second conclusion, quickly, is that it's clear to see that institutional autonomy is important. I mean, that's the lesson of history, that attempts at state control has often been detrimental to national interest and has triggered resistance from universities. Whether this attempt at state control has been in the form of pushing a particular version of national development or attempts by military regimes to silence critics, or with the Public University Bill, a move to control public universities by straitjacketing them into a single legislation. I just want to quote here Ibrahim Wanda, who is, I believe, one of the Kenyan academics that Professor Menu referred to in her introduction. He has a quote looking at a series of publications that Codestia put out on universities and higher education. He says African politicians have a deep interest in who becomes university vice chancellor. So he's talking about the maybe less overt ways that there have been attempts to undermine institutional autonomy. So if the Public University Bill does not pass, there are still ways of getting around it, including, so I'll just continue the quote, they want to manage who ascends the academic ranks and who serves in student leadership. They also try to assess which academics can be conscripted to offer positive political commentary in the popular media. On the surface, university governance organs appeared free to make decisions about academic and leadership appointments, but our data suggests that opaque networks, rather than merit, determine such appointments at all levels. And then he says, it goes further, universities have money to spend on procuring goods and services. This attracts business people. Politicians, our studies show, encourage university leaders to employ service providers from their own networks. These practices have turned some vice chancellors' offices into bureaucracies that are more interested in business than in academic advancement. He also has a lot to say, but I'll spare you another long quote on internal threats to institutional autonomy. And I think that these are also important to take into account. But the big picture here, the main message is that there are two crucial elements to meaningful institutional autonomy and academic freedom. Material conditions that free up academics to focus on their work rather than the pursuit of supplementary income. And two, academics that have experience and knowledge to advocate internally for academic freedom. On that second point, the quote I didn't give you, Wanda talks about the the dearth of people in the professorial ranks who have both the position and the institutional memory to push back against, encroachment of academic freedom internally from university leadership, and how having younger people who may not have that experience can compromise autonomy. And then finally, public funding, and there's been a lot of talk about mission drift by universities. But if we are being real, we'll see that a lot of universities, including technical universities, are drifting into all kinds of areas because they are being pushed to make up for funding, right? Not to mention this larger neoliberal context where we have greater privatization. Privatization isn't only the growth of private universities, it's also privatization of public university courses and centers and doing consultancies and so on. And the more there's, there's a tightening of public funding, the more universities are constrained to do all kinds of things to make up for that funding. And that's where we start to see, one, that they are less able to be a public good, and secondly, they themselves compromise their institutional autonomy by selling a lot of things for money. So finally, what can public universities do? So this is basically the policy briefs that you just received, so I'll go quickly over it. I think we should encourage public universities to, first of all, make a pitch themselves for why institutional autonomy is important. And this pitch has to be made to external actors as well as internally, because the threat to institutional autonomy comes from both outside and inside. So explaining what institutional autonomy is and why it matters, but also having a conversation about what level and what form of institutional autonomy is feasible and is necessary for public universities at this time. I think that's an important conversation that needs to be had. The public universities also need to bridge this divide between the universities and the state. And I make 3 suggestions as to how that can be done. One is employing the services of government relation officers. I suggest that this can be done by a group like the VCG, but it can also be done within universities through their public affairs department. I don't know about this unit in your universities, but in my university, they tend to be, I don't know, what are they? They send a lot of memos internally. I don't see that they do much about regulating the relationship between the university and outsiders, and I think that this is an additional function that they have to perform, because the universities are peculiar institutions. And I've been surprised how often they are misunderstood, by outsiders, by Ministry of Education folks or by Ministry of Finance. If I can just tell you one short thing. We went to see the Ministry of Finance folks, and we were talking about grants. And I soon realized we were talking completely across purposes, because when they said grants, they meant, money that some government gives you for something. When we talk grant, we meant money, research money that we had written proposals for and that we were going to use for research, and they wanted to tax it, and we didn't understand, but they thought it was free money, so why shouldn't they tax it? And it just brought home to me how different our cultures are, and I think we need to do a lot more to bridge the cultures. Secondly, we need to do better at selling ourselves and the things that we do. So that's the second point. And the third point is regular forums. A lot of times when universities or different constituents of the universities, like the unions or students, sit with governments, it's often in an oppositional setting where there's a problem and we have to negotiate. I think we could have more regular engagements that are less oppositional and much more cordial to talk about things of mutual benefit. what can university councils do? I think university councils need to do two things that sound opposite but are both important. We need to challenge GTech more. I've heard a lot today about how GTech needs to do more to whip universities in shape. I do admit that that there are different public universities, they are of different histories and so on, so I may be speaking from just my university, but I find them quite overbearing, and I'm not sure we should be encouraging GTech to be even more micromanaging than they seem to have a tendency to do. So perhaps there are things that they ought to be doing that they need to do better, but threatening vice chancellors with 20 years jail sentence for not doing accreditation properly is perhaps a little too much. So I think that we need to mount legal challenges because there are legitimate questions about whether they are allowed within the statutes of the universities to do some of the things that they are doing. But at the same time, and this was pointed out to me the last time I did this presentation, we need to protect GTech itself from political interference because a lot of the things that they are doing that may not be comprehensible to public universities are being done because they themselves are being politically interfered with in their mandates. So there was this question or this suggestion the last time we had this conversation about how universities need to align themselves better with national development. And then, of course, the question that came up was, do we even have a development plan? So I thought about it, and I thought, well, this is one suggestion. Both the Kampala Declaration and the Dar es Salaam Declaration on Academic Freedom and the Social Responsibility of Academics enjoin academics to participate in the struggles of their people and help address inequalities. So it could be in the absence of a coherent national development framework that we as universities take on this challenge to talk with our different communities about what needs to be done and form a social contract with our communities. This is a UNESCO idea. It could also be that when our unions are agitating, that it shouldn't just be about bread and butter issues, as somebody has written, but about things that matter to people. And in that wise, I think the strike over Galamsey is probably historic and maybe in the right direction. For the first time, people saw UTAG striking, not because we didn't have our book and research allowance, but because of something that mattered to everybody else. This idea I borrowed from Professor Tego over here about university council chairs coming together and trying to join together their considerable political and social capital to try and make some of the moves that I've mentioned, to do some of the lobbying, to in other ways act in the collective interest of public universities, maybe even to help lead this social contract that we need to have with our societies while we are waiting for our government to come up with a national development plan. University leadership has a big task because they have to work to align the interests of their constituents while at the same time dealing with the challenge of lack of funding. And I think that they themselves need to be really, really careful about the internal threats that they themselves might pose to academic freedom. There's a certain tendency that has been commented on in the literature towards managerialism. This notion of power being centralized to a senior management body. And I think we need to move back to a more democratic, collegial self-governance. So, Professor Achuayi, again, when you spoke about the militancy of the unions again, I think it reminded me that if faculty unions, for instance, felt that these were colleagues who were in an administrative position, right, and you could still have a collegial relationship, there might be less tendency to take a militant attitude. Where leadership is more managerial, and you get a sense that these are your employers, because they tend to side with the government when it comes to employer-employee negotiations, then you will feel like your power has to be in acting like an employee and making demands of them. So I think that is an internal threat. This is actually what I was just talking about. And then going more on the university leadership, facing the challenges of their time is combining this need for financial sustainability with pushing back against political influence when it's undue, to still finding the space to engage in strategic thinking, and decreasing reliance on government subvention, which is easier said than done, but I don't have a solution, so I'll quickly move on. And the three things that I think that university unions and student associations can do is to protect their members. That would be one thing, but also advocate on issues of national priority, like I said, and also educate their members on what accountable autonomy means, especially for university faculty. And then these are the three things that I think a government should do to improve the relationship between the state and higher education, public universities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. As Professor Naneke was going through her presentation, I was thinking, okay, the historical review has already been said. I think if I go through historical review one more time, somebody will actually beat me. If I mention Liberalization Committee again, we will be beaten. So I'll try and do this quick because of limited time, so that we focus on the key things. So the outline of our presentation, I was going to take some time out to go through historical development, but again, I will glance through this because it's been said over and over again. And then we'll have a quick snap through look at the current state of private universities in Ghana, look at the role in expanding access and promoting equity, but then maybe we might just jump on straight to the key challenges and the recommendations that we are making for policy and practice. Okay, so the introduction of private universities in the late 20th century is one of the most notable things, and I think everybody keeps on talking about the privatization. And a lot of times when we talk about privatization, now we are learning it's not just privatization of private universities, but privatization of even how public universities operate as well. If you look at the private university sector, I think our first university, Valley View, started in 1979. But prior to that, or after that, it took a long time before we saw the emergence or the boost that became what we now know as private universities. We saw this happening in the early 1990s to 2000s. And again, it was based on a lot of these policies that we've already talked about. So I won't spend too much time again on that. And the reason why when the ideas of private universities came about or privatization came about is that there was excitement because we thought that it would increase quality in tertiary education. It will bridge the gap in infrastructure and access, and it will help groom young people to become top-notch scientists, and bring specialized programs and specialized curriculum as well. Oh, sorry. I think I'm going through a bit quicker than I anticipated. All right. So again, as I said, it would boost the popularity of private universities. Well, what we tend to see is that in the early 2000s, it was being hoped that the private universities, by virtue of their class sizes, interactive nature, options to have a more personalized educational system, would then provide an alternative to public university. And you could see that in the early 2000s, with the success of some universities like Valley View, with the emergence of institutions like Ashesi and the likes, it became more of a preferred choice for people who were a bit more privileged to send their children to private universities, which some of them were being looked at as world-class institutions. Nevertheless, there has been a lot of documentation out there that tells us that in actual fact, there's a lot of challenges that are faced by private university, and primarily focused around financial sustainability, infrastructural challenges, limited faculty, while still trying to adhere to the educational standards and regulatory requirements as well. So a lot of the times when you speak to a lot of other institutions, they believe that the success of private universities is by their affiliation with other public universities. That's why they're able to stand on their own 2 feet. Others has also contended that the operational difficulties tend to revolve around the founders or the individuals that the university or their small group of financiers. So what we wanted to try and do with this background paper is get an idea of the overview of what private universities, where we are now, where are we going, and how do we address some of these challenges that we see on a day-to-day. So, historical evolution of private universities, this is the only slide I'm going to spend time on. We can categorize them into these 4 distinct areas, and I think we've already gone through the pre-colonial era where we talked about they were dominated by public universities, to the foundation period from 1992 to 2000 where we created NAB, where NCT and NAB was put together as well. Regulatory improvements in the form of establishment of GTech, and 2020 to present, where we've seen this prolific increase in the number of private institutions. I will skip these slides because I think now, even looking at it, I know you're very familiar with it, right? And what happened, Kwame Nkrumah's vision, all of that, the key reforms that happened in the 1980s, the key reforms that happened in the 1990s to where we are. So as of January 2020, NAB had accredited 70 private universities in Ghana. Following on that, again, this is the key policies across all various presidents that have made higher education what it is in Ghana today. At present, so as I said, January 2020, we had 70 private universities. As of 2024, we have 141 private tertiary institutions, which covers from people offering HND degrees to degree offering programs. So these are the ones that we usually call private universities. So those will be, or university colleges, so that's about 108 for them. Then we have the chartered private tertiary institutions. At the moment it's actually 12, and I think by the end of this year, that number might double. We'll have private nursing training colleges, private polytechnics, private college of educations, and distance learning institutions as well. So when you come to private universities and you're looking at how you can classify them, usually there are 2 key ways: by means of their ownership, whether they are privately owned or faith-based institution, or you can look at them from the other side, looking at their business model. Are they for profit? Are they not for profit? And we have examples of that. But what you will see is that the main differentiation between private universities is in their governance and curriculum are often influenced by their funding partners. You see a lot of faith-based schools doing more faith-religious courses because that's where their priorities lie, as well as other organizational individuals who want to make a change in a particular field or not. And this brings the question to, if we're going to open up or we're going to liberalize education and we want to have a STEM, higher STEM to humanities ratio, maybe this is things that we should be governing, saying that let's open up more STEM-focused institutions. So if you look at the distribution of private universities at the moment in Ghana, over 50% of them are in the South, with very limited ones scattered across the nation. The interesting thing is that this is also reflective of public institutions. So it's not just a private universities thing. And this could be attributed to the fact that there's a bit more funding, there's a bit more development in the South. As such, people have more money and access to these education, to have access to education, as opposed to going further out. And with private universities, clamoring for numbers, they usually set up where the numbers are. Now, if you look at the enrollment trend, and I think this is one of the most interesting ones that I was a little bit dumbfounded by when I did the research, you will see, as I said, from 2020, where we had 70 private institutions, till 2024, when we have 141 institutions, yet the enrollment of students into private institutions have more or less stabilized. In other words, we have been hovering around the 65,000 to 70,000 figure over the last decade, going up in some instances, going down, but hovering around the same region. So as of 2023-2024 academic year, the total student enrollment for private higher education was at 70,557. Now, we've always known that public institutions have always had higher enrollment numbers. And the plan was that with private universities, we will be able to absorb the excess from where public universities couldn't handle due to infrastructure. But what do we see? COVID hits. It was run around the time, prior to COVID, we had the first graduating batch for the free SHS coming in, which means we saw more students graduating from senior high school. However, because of access, because of fees, of what they have to pay for, most of those people were not actually absorbed by the private institution, but rather they were absorbed by the public universities. What we also saw that with COVID hitting, it gave public universities an opportunity to start diversifying into things like distance education and satellite campuses, which meant that now they were starting to encroach into places that were originally specified for private universities. And that is where we saw this increase in numbers. So at 2020-2021, the ratio of number of students in public universities to private university was 88% to 12%. And you can see the trend on there, as I talked about. What you see in the red figure is the enrollment in private universities. So although the numbers are increasing, what we are rather doing in the private sector is sharing the same portfolio of numbers among ourselves, even though the number of institutions are increasing. The interesting thing, though, is that you see private universities being able to adhere to the female to male ratio. At the moment, the GTEC standard says that we want to try and get to a 50-50 ratio with male to females. At the moment, in public sectors, the data was not available, so I was quite interested this morning when I heard someone say it's more 67 to 39. Based on the historical data that we had seen, where they were at 44%, we were projecting that even as of 2024, it won't still exceed 54 to 46. But the data for private universities shows that they have been able to flip it, whereby we have 43% males in our university and 57% female. And it's very easy for us to say, let's clap ourselves on the back. But it most likely is because the more females tend to do more humanity courses than they do STEM, which means if you offer more humanities courses, you're able to even attract more females in that regard. A quick one into types of program offerings. So you tend to see universities usually offer a diverse range of programs, but you can broadly categorize them into science-related courses, which includes the likes of agriculture, applied sciences, engineering, and the likes, and humanities, which looks at the art courses, social sciences, business. And again, the GTEC norm for that is a request for a 60-40 ratio. And both private sectors and public sectors are nowhere near close doing that. And it's already been said on here, because even technical universities or institutions such as KNUST are now offering humanities courses. And the reality is that humanity is a cash cow. That's where the money comes from. So as much as even my institution, Academic City University College, is supposed to be a more STEM-focused institution, we also run humanities courses. But what we try and do is try and infuse technology within that so that we bridge the gap. But it's because humanities is a cash cow. And I think we need to realize that and see how we address that in the future. If you're looking at the staffing statistics, this was quite interesting. Yes, public sectors have more faculty than we do in the private sector. But what was very interesting is that even in public universities, they can't meet the GTech norm that has been specified of the number of professors to the number of senior lecturers to lecturers. According to GTech at the moment, none of us should have assistant lecturers or tutors. But most universities still do. And right now, all institutions are trying to upgrade their assistant lecturers through terminal degree courses and the likes to get them to the lecturer status. But it makes us ask the question, is this GTech norm what we should be doing, or should we have a better look at it? But I think we should still strive, because if we're able to get the right proportions, then that will bring up the quality that we have discussed so far. Governance, I won't spend too much time on. We had a whole session on governance. What I can say is that governance structures, you talked about the internal and external governance. You tend to see that private universities tend to follow similar governance structure to what public universities have. You have those that follow it to the latter, and when they become chartered institutions, and then you have those that follow it more like a board of directors, how you would manage a private business. But either way, they tend to follow the same rules in terms of you have a president or vice chancellor, you have a vice president or pro-vice chancellor, and all those things as well. But unlike public institutions, we tend to have more representation of the founder and the people whose interest in the university sit on the board and make decisions on that as well. Business model and financial sustainability. I won't spend too much time on this because it goes without saying that the primary main source of funds for institutions, private institutions, is from tuition. Tuition is their primary source of revenue. And what you tend to see is that those who are more faith-based, not-for-profit, tend to get a lot of funding from their partners or donor institutions. And then you have other institutions who are over 95% dependent on tuition. And tuition is linked to the economy, which means if the economy is not doing well, those institutions will likely not survive. Source of funding, we've done a bit of Get Fund already here. But as we said, private universities heavily reliant on tuition and academic user fees. You tend to see that some private universities are now starting to venture into private businesses and trying to commercialize some of the innovations their students are coming up with as a source of revenue. Some of them are working with the likes of MasterCard Foundation to be able to bring in some source of revenue as well. And some of them are working on projects and other scholarship avenues as well. Now, in terms of the role of private universities, the whole idea, or what we would like to be doing, is increasing access for people who otherwise would not have had access to education. Private universities tend to have a bit more flexibility in terms of the way we teach our smaller student-to-staff ratios, evening and weekend classes. The whole idea is that we can see private universities having more higher enrollment in females to male, and then they tend to have more targeted scholarships at people who can't afford it. And for instance, Academic City, we have the presidential scholarship, over $40,000 worth of scholarship that we give about 10 every year, targeting marginalized or female students. You tend to see more diversity in the curriculum. You tend to see more creativity because the bureaucracy to introduce new programs is a bit easier than in a public university. And obviously, because by virtue of where private universities are we are not sure we are actually addressing this whole equity challenges, because if you're not down in the South or you can't make your way down to the South, then you are limited to the institutions that you can actually be part of. And the high tuition costs present affordability barriers. So not if you can't afford to go to private schools, then what's the equity that we're saying we're supposed to open it up for more and more people to be able to attend? We have had a couple of impacts as well. I will skip this and try and go to the key challenges that has been faced by private universities. The first one, and the critical one, is sustainability challenges. And this is because even within the limited pool of students we are dealing with, now we have public universities enroaching into that as well, which means now we are competing with public universities for the same crop of students. Higher operation costs due to investment in state-of-the-art equipment. So you see private universities having to invest more with no other support and still be able to deal with the small sizes that come with that. The direct impact of economy affects private universities, particularly those who are tuition dependent. There's limited scholarship, and the tuition reliance means that whereas public universities have the flexibility to do a bit more research, private universities tend to be more teaching-based as opposed to being a teaching and research institution. There's an opportunity for private universities to diversify their revenue sources through alumni donation partners, grants, and university-led ventures. In terms of staff and faculty challenges, you tend to see that, again, it's easier, or people would rather work in a public university where I'm told you can never be fired, as opposed to working in a private university where a student is going to rate you and see whether you're teaching well or not, and based on that you could be fired. So you tend to see that there's we have a heavy reliance on part-time and adjunct faculty, which affects our teaching consistency and workload. And the over-reliance on part-time staff can also negatively affect teaching, because they are not necessarily committed to your vision and their values. They come to just deliver an activity and just move to where they have to go to. And we think that, again, there are opportunities within this. Can we look at cost-sharing models for highly specialized faculty across institutions? Can we look at bringing diaspora to come and help us with the teaching down here? Can we open it up to people who have the practical hands-on skills, who may not necessarily have that academic degree you're looking for, but have delivered and worked in that sector for decades and can prove it? So policy and regulatory landscape and challenges. So we all know GTEC oversees quality accreditation of all private institutions, and it's quite interesting to listen to Professor Nanekua saying that they are too rigid and they need to relax, and we're like, they are too light on public universities because they are super rigid on private universities. The things that public universities will get away with, private universities won't get away with. So it's very interesting having this dialogue here, that there is something to be learned from both sides as well. The increase after COVID-19 and that hybrid learning, and I was in the first plenary session, we talked about the fact that even though public universities are offering distance learning courses, the quality is not guaranteed. And we are saying that too. So we are saying that it requires oversight and quality control to ensure consistency. The same rigid rules we apply to should be applied to them as well. If not, let's relax it for everybody so that we can all thrive. There's challenges with mentorship when it comes to affiliated institution. You tend to see that we have limited public universities who are supervising or mentoring number of schools. So what time do they have to actually effectively mentor these private institutions? And the tensions that we have with GTEC over disparity between private and public sector institutions. As I said, there is I changed it and said there's a perceived stricter enforcement of accreditation requirements on private. From the private side, we see that they are less light on you because you can challenge it. It's not in your statutes, as opposed to how they are stringent on us as well. There is a lot of potential in private universities, and it goes a lot to say that if you look in the West, most of the top universities are actually not the public universities. they're actually private universities. So private universities do have a lot of potential, but it's quite interesting that on our side of the continent is the flipped. We think the future of private universities is that they have the opportunity to focus on specialized programs and emerging fields. When we were going through accreditation, Academic City launched AI. We were the first to do it in Sub-Saharan Africa, AI, robotics, and biomedical. And the accreditation panel that came from public universities told us that they don't have the capacity to be able, they think we shouldn't launch it all at the same time. But what we were trying to do is the research potential over where they overlap. And they told us that if we were to try this in our own institution, it will take us a lot of years to be able to actually roll it out. So private universities have the potential to be able to show more or do more innovative programs. Yes. There's collaboration potential, improving equity, increased potential to rival top public institutions if we create that enabling environment. And I'm going to go quickly to our key recommendations. We think we need to have a more enhanced funding opportunities. We want everybody that's interested in education to know that private sectors are also here to complement public universities. And we say that each child in Ghana needs to get access to education. Then make them get the same access so that they can use that money to come to private universities, and all they have to look at is the top up. So we are constantly looking at funding the public universities. Maybe we should explore that private universities should get that too, because they are also serving the same Ghanaian child. Funding framework, we need to expand access to public funds. We are now being told that Get Fund, we do have access to it as well, but we are yet to see any private university students actually benefiting from Get Fund as well. We need to develop a stronger financial aid system, student loans for students in private institutions, and we need to promote income diversification among private sectors. Research and development support, we need more government-backed research grants and infrastructure projects. We need to continue to partner with existing or international organizations to expand research opportunities and encourage government-industry partnership to support personalized projects or programs and research that solves national issues. Faculty and recruitment, again, we've already talked about the implement shared staffing models, create incentive for diaspora scholars, provide training and development to enhance teaching and quality so that we can retain those students. In terms of policies, we want to be able to have adjustments to enable private institutions grow without being undermined in their role in education, an emphasis on creating equitable policy that ensures that both public sector and private sectors can thrive in the same environment without disadvantaging each other. And we need to look at amendments to policies for private institutions to access public funding, clearer mentorship framework for accreditation as well. Last slide. Regulatory reforms, we need to streamline the accreditation process. And I think it's so great hearing this from the public universities as well. And we need to reform reaffiliation requirements, because sometimes from a private university's perspective, affiliation can just look like a heavy taxing payment system where we pay public universities large amounts of money without any clear mentorship. We need to develop clearer guidelines for route and application to presidential charter. I know some of us in this room will be hesitant to that saying that not all universities have to become chartered, but if a university has shown the evidence that they are doing it the right way, I think we should make that process more transparent and easier to achieve. And lastly, collaborative regulatory models that encourage innovation while safeguarding standards. So with that, priority higher education has always played a vital role in Ghana in expanding access to tertiary education, accessing or addressing the issues around funding, faculty recruitment, and regulatory challenges is essential for their sustainability. And then having supportive policies and partnership will allow private universities to contribute to Ghana's development goals. Despite the challenges that we are even seeing now, we truly believe that private universities are positioned to contribute significantly to national development. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity, and thank you, everyone. I will begin from, for the sake of time, I'm beginning from the last presenter, the private university presentation, to make some few comments for reflection. Then I move to the second and then the first. I want to start from the issue of affiliation that the presenter raised as a case for private universities. Yes, first of all, we have to all note that at the moment, because of the Education Regulatory Act 2022 now, the affiliation policy is almost out. So they have given them moratorium for them to prepare to charter. The challenge we have at the moment now is, are they all chartering to become fully fledged universities, or we have categorization for them to be chartered into? So we need some kind of regulatory, LI that to implement this thing clearly, that based on, your situation, whether we are chartering you to become an institute, to become this or to become that, so that becomes clear, because we cannot charter all these institutions or to become fully fledged university. If you go and visit this university and look at the states some of them are, you will know that they are already an endangered species. And I have, Dr. Swansea and myself have a paper on that, private universities in Ghana, where they're becoming an endangered species. And indeed, we see this clear sign happening, that indeed, at this stage, some of them will become endangered species. When you visit, I'm an academic auditor, you go to some of these institutions, for several months, they have really not even paid their staff. In fact, the indication my colleague is making that probably they are using more part-time than full-time because of the ability to hire and fire is not the reality on the ground. The reality on the ground is that they do not have competitive compensation package. Dr. Regina being sitting there myself, we did a research study that have been even published now, that you could see that for them to retain adept academic staff, they need to up their game in terms of their compensation packages. And this is what actually obstructing their ability to have this full-time staff to complement the quality provision that they have in there. But one other issue with them in terms of their enrollment also getting stagnated and only spreading across themselves and not gaining much from external or from the other institution to join them, you also see a lot of mimetic isomorphism, copying exactly what their mentoring institutions are doing. And these public universities are already prestigious than you are. And so if you're doing the same thing they are doing, and sometimes so you see that they have higher fees even than the public universities. Therefore, then it becomes challenging. They will just come and establish a distant or satellite campus near you, and they just take over all your potential students from it. And these are some of the things that we need to be looking at. In fact, what we are not doing much, and as we will get to, as Professor Techua began with, is like we are talking about issues that we are not backing with scientific data to help us to be able to make informed decisions about this issue. So we are doing rather than thinking more of it into it. So I would have these few ones to make on the private university colleges. And then the university, public university state relations, we know, as our presenter chronicled from the past till now, it has, how do you call it, evolved and has been moving from different stages to the other. We know that, there was a time past that the president of the nation used to be the chancellor for all public universities. Now we do not have that. We started appointing individuals or some prominent people to become chancellors, all in an attempt to change the dynamic between state-university relationship so that some more autonomy would come. The state will steer from afar, and then the university will have more autonomy to do that. But in reality and in practice, is that what is really happening? Because we have chancellors, we have governing councils, and we still see direct government, interference in the way the universities relate with government. And that also reflects in some of the regulatory and policy environment that we have. The universities, were fighting the state from passing the public university bill, all because we noticed that the universities were not much involved in producing this particular bill. That was the argumentation they were making. There were provisions in this bill that the university felt that no, we had no contribution to this, and this will not go in our interest. And you could see it affected university-state relationship. And so the state wanted to push it, the university said no. So you see that tension between the state and the university. And that all tells us to, so this policy that we're trying to put out there, what was the science behind it? Who were the, what was the knowledge base? Who were doing the research to inform this kind of policies that we're doing? And so we still point to the fact that the limited research into higher education as a field of study, as a disciplinary area, is affecting the way we practice higher education as well. And so it's a point that we need to really develop the expertise, build capacity. We are all here, we're thinking, as Professor Techua said, gradually they might be exiting the scene now. The concern we have is the, credible replacement for them. When they leave now, who are those going to be the thinking behind the practice of higher education? And that's where we need to strengthen the research capacity, those who have the capacity to think, to support how we practice higher education. And so the programs and research support systems that we put in place to help address this will go a long way to help us. And so these things also affect the autonomy and the academic freedom issue that you spoke about. If the university-state relationship is not that cordial, it's not placed in a proper perspective, supported by scientific research, we'll always have this tension and will not be able to really have a cordial relationship that will promote the environment for quality public higher education delivery. Then this also links directly to the first presenter who was talking about managing a public university in this new era, or in a new age. He decided to concentrate much more on the governance system, which is also linked to the same issue that we have been talking about. If you look at the trajectory of our university evolution, university used to be self-accrediting institutions. And so if you're a vice-chancellor of a university in those days, probably Professor Go and Co., by then there was not even GTE, NAB, and all that. You were developing your own programs and self-accrediting it through your academic board and other structures to run them. But now, you don't have that self-accrediting power again. You now have GTEC telling you whether the curricula you have designed, you should be able to go ahead to run, or you even need to go and seek some policy approval before you introduce certain programs and all that. So if you're a manager of a university now, you are dealing with the different dynamics, even in terms of the programs you choose to run. Now, it comes to issue of even funding. The dynamics of managing a university at this era, with these funding challenges or dynamics that have been spoken about today, currently we don't even know whether the cost-sharing concept of 70-30% is a reality on the ground. So probably there's a huge gap between the rhetoric and the reality. And if you're a manager of a public university at this stage, how are you managing these financial conundrum and be able to provide us with a university education that still keeps its public mission, at the forefront? So these are the dynamics that we need serious research capacity that helps us to produce data, evidence-based, for us to be able to practice this effectively, so that the resulting effect will be beneficial to all of us. We will know the dynamics. We know what is appropriate for us to apply and implement at every point in time. So if this model of governance is not working at this point in time, the research data will tell us and give us direction which model we need to move in so that will help our university to adapt to changes. Currently, we are confronted with AI. Some university leaders don't know whether they should embrace AI in the university system, either in research, in teaching, or in other policy dimensions. But yes, we cannot run away. AI is not going back. We're not going anywhere. So we need to develop our own policies and structures, how we'll be able to incorporate AI and the new systems that are coming in place for us to be able to improve our university management in this new age. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much. So I just want to respond to two things that you said about the private universities. And the first one was that we're doing a lot of Me Too courses. And that is a very interesting fact because before you can get accreditation for any course, your affiliating institution needs to approve it and needs to ensure they can mentor you within that program. And I'll give you a classic example. University of Mines and Technology have been amazing affiliates of ours, so I won't knock them down for it. But it was quite interesting that when we wanted to roll out robotics, there were no specialty or skills within Ghana to be able to accredit such a course. So GTech brought a panel, one electrical engineer, one mechanical engineer, and by the end of it, we had a course that had a total credit of 158 credits because the electrical guys want everything that they learned in their school in it, and the mechanical guys want everything they learned in their school within that. So it's not because private universities are doing Me Too courses. We are bound because if you don't do what they've done before, that they can recognize, you don't get accreditation. So how do we handle with that? The second point you made about the private universities compensation, I actually agree with you. And our paper will show that our compensation is not competitive. What I added on that was that the flexibility or the perceived flexibility of working at public institution make it even more attractive because one, private universities are not paying you better, but they are scrutinizing you more and requiring more of you. And that is one of the reasons why we are not attracting and retaining. So on that one, I agree 100%. But I'll push back on the Me Too courses. It's Me Too courses because we are being required to do Me Too courses to get accreditation.
A quick one to that is that, you see, the accreditation affiliation policy doesn't limit you to Ghana. But I know it's a financing issue. So you affiliating to probably an international institution, so you can go. Yeah, so you can go that way and still go with your new courses.
But during your charter process, during accreditation, you receive pushback if they don't recognize the courses. And that's why, unfortunately, you tend to see more Me Too courses because the panel. And I was going to say one thing, we beat up GTech, but we actually all make GTech. When GTech is coming for affiliation, they go to public universities and get professors. They go to other universities and bring that professors to come and accredit the course. So even when we say GTech is being hard, it's us being hard when we come to evaluate someone's courses. And I remember one University of Legon lecturer told us that, I'm pushing for changes in your courses because when I go to my school, they won't listen. So this is my only way to get those new courses in. And it's the reality on the ground. So I think the reason why I thought I would come back on the Me Too courses is because I feel like private universities are tied and it's harder for us to try and differentiate. We have been successful in trying to differentiate. That's why we've been able to roll out those courses. And we had partners abroad who were able to confirm. But even within that, we had to sacrifice a course that otherwise would have been 130 credits to 158 credits. Thank you.
There are others from the floor. So if you have any comments, yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, the presenters, for those very wonderful papers. I just want to make a comment on the first presenter on governance. One of the key challenges, and I think I'll use the experience from Kenya, one of the key challenges that we are experiencing now is the blurred line between what you call internal and external governance. What I mean here is that, you know, the external has an overbearing influence on the internal, especially in terms of the appointment of vice chancellors, the appointment of the council members, who eventually come to run because they are the majority on the board. So they determine who becomes a vice chancellor and any other manager within the university. The challenge with this has been that given the kind of societies that we live in, very corrupt, and I think when I was living in Nairobi, some of you may be aware that the second largest university, and I know it's the second oldest, Moi University has closed down because of the challenge of political interference. So I just wanted you to make a comment on that kind of interference, especially considering what Professor Nana said when she spoke about internal mechanisms and quoted Professor Wanda. And I think Professor Wanda has done some great work on this. And of course, his supervisor, Professor Daniel Sifuna, the late, he died a few weeks ago. One of the key things as she spoke, which I related to, was that, you know, I was imagining that we were speaking about my own university, Kenyatta, where of course Wanda has worked previously. Why I say so is because for Kenyatta, the internal mechanisms for you to be appointed, for you to be employed, they have to consider other things other than qualification. Which ethnic group do you come from? These are realities that we need to talk about. It's essentially because the appointing authority at the top, the executive, to the internal managers, have everything to do with that blood line. There's a huge connection between those. So maybe you may need to make a little comment on that so that we see which way out for the future. Thank you.
I think I would like to make a comment. This business of interference. I know that you have a special case in Kenya, but in Ghana here, there's something that is creeping in, which we have to be very careful about. Under our laws, vice chancellors, registrars, and directors of finance are appointed by the council. In recent times, government has started appointing these categories of people. And we just keep looking on. No, a new university, for instance, they will inaugurate the council on the same day that they are inaugurating a vice chancellor, a registrar, and a director of finance. Now, this is a very dangerous trend, and we have to do something about it. It's illegal. Before the law, it says clearly that that should not be done. There is also a provision in the law that says nobody who has not been recommended by a search party should be made vice chancellor. So, two clear reasons why you can't bring a vice chancellor, the government cannot bring a vice chancellor, but they are doing it. And unless we take action, this will become a practice. The politicians want an easy way. I suspect they sometimes identify the people and probably promise them that I will make you a vice chancellor, I'll make you a registrar before the time. And unless we start refusing to recognize these people, because you can go to court. I mean, some headsman, cattle headsman had gone to court to remove somebody from parliament. It should be possible for an academic to go and say, this will not, because of this, I have gone to court. And I know what I'm talking about. Professor Tego knows, so I don't want to talk about it. But that is one thing that we should avoid. The other thing is that he talked about the council. Yes, it is true, but it's more difficult to control it because in our system, the government has 3 nominees, and they may be political hands. But there are other members of council because there are representatives from GTech, from secondary schools, from the unions and all these things. So even though you might think there is a problem here, maybe it would be a good idea. And it was suggested earlier that, we can form a union of chairmen of councils. If that were to happen, yes, you can have weight. But the chairmen of councils don't have money. So how do you form a union? I mean, the vice chancellors union, they contribute money. But the chairman of council don't control money. So you have to rely on the Minister of Education. And I'm not too sure that he will do so well. We had one meeting in the past 4 years, and none again. So I think Professor I had touched on a number of things. In fact, each one of them. If I want to summarize this, it's going to take a lot of that. But I think what is important is if we see danger coming and we don't take action early, then they will think it is normal practice. Initially, the law said that the vice chancellors, every council chairman should be appointed by the council. And when we did a university law, that was what we said. When it went to parliament, they twisted it. And so we have to be on the lookout. What we don't want, we should not allow any government to get away with it. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I am consumed with the concept of differentiation. I would like to know from the speakers, the presenters, whether technical universities are public universities. If they are, how do they feature in all the presentations that you have made?
So from our categorization perspective, according to GTEC's website, public technical universities fall under public tertiary institutions as well. So when in our analysis, they are not included. I think so far we only have one private polytechnic. We don't count them within the technical, within the private university sector. But we see a similar trend to what is happening within the technical universities. So you have institutions that are trying to be more hands-on, practical, trying to fuse the practical, a bit of TVET with modern university as well, which is dwelling in the space of public universities. But what you tend to, public technical universities, but what you see in terms of numbers, when it comes to the total population or enrollment for public universities, public technical universities is only a dent. It's only a dent. It's not that impactful. But for our analysis, per the categorization, public. So, out of the 540,000 students, the percentage of that from polytechnics is not a dent. It's not massive, is it? No. So, but for our analysis, we can't count them because they still fall under public tertiary education institutions. But I think that polytechnics face the similar challenges private universities face at the moment. With them, as you said earlier on in your presentation, starting to do more humanities courses. Again, it comes back to the same thing private universities see, where humanities is a cash cow. And if you don't have that fund, you want to try and do programs that people can afford so that you have the extra money to do what your mandate allows you to do.
Yes, so I wanted to just respond. So no, in my paper, I don't include them. So I'm looking at 16 public universities. I think that it makes good sense not to include them, not because they are being marginalized, but because the history where these universities come matter. So if I was talking about the relationship between the government and public universities, the history and how they've been set up shapes how they deal with governments. And I think public technical universities have their own histories. Even within the 16 public universities as we have them now, in doing this paper and in conversations, I've realized that we probably still need to have a differentiation. Again, sitting from University of Ghana with that history of contestation with the state and so on, we tend to approach our relationship with governments much differently from, say, the new regional universities, right, which are formed in a particular way where there is. I'm sitting here shocked to hear that the government can choose vice chancellors, because that is something that would not happen with the oldest public universities. So I think there's a lot of differentiation in the public tertiary landscapes that we probably need to dig deeper into.
No. Yes, what they have done is illegal, only that nobody took them to court. Yes, and non-existent. But what is even worse is that in the normal scheme of things, in selecting a vice chancellor, you have certain things that you expect a vice chancellor to have experience of. When the government submits somebody, how are you even sure that he knows his way around? Yes?
Thank you, Professor Chair. I'm Daniel Obino Fori, Catholic University of Ghana. I think that I agree strongly with what the chair has said. And if we are not careful, in the next 30 years, some of us will not be alive. But universities will be run like senior high schools. But what is happening these days, if you hear some of them, you will not believe it. So you have a collective responsibility to protect the accountable autonomy of universities. It's something that Gaas, UTAG, they have to take it very seriously. Now a minister can call vice chancellor, your 60 years, handover, and it is done. I have a situation where the Pro-VC, his term, he has 2 terms, his term ended, they set up a committee, council set up a committee to appraise the Pro-VC. The minister called and terminated the appointment, and the case has been in court for the past 6 years. And now they can't appoint Pro-VC. So it's a very serious, the nuances and indirect interference with management of universities. If you don't take care, some ways will not be alive, but I tell you, to be like senior high schools. Then also the regulatory bodies, the G10 NAP, I think they're also part of the problem. A country like Ghana, why should we have about 100 private universities? You can't believe it. So it's a major problem that they've caused. That is why a lot of competition because the country is not enough. There's no space for 100 private universities. And I think now the GTAC is being fair because now they are now regulating the public universities. Formerly, they were not doing it. For when I spent all my life in Legon, I went to UNE. When we started, we just developed a program, send you to NAP, and you start teaching. If If you are in a private university, you dare not. You can't. Because if you advertise, there's somebody is monitoring the adverts of private universities. Yes, and they will call you, the letter will come the following day. Withdraw the advert if you have not. So no private university can dare start a program that he has no accreditation. But I think now they are doing fair. And then I think one of the important and the most serious and very frustrating in the private universities is the high attrition rate. You develop, you sponsor your staff, you get a PhD, and then it's gone. And sometimes I pray that they don't give, what do you call it? This thing, clearance to public universities. As soon as we hear the government has given clearance to public universities, we are dead. All the PhDs, they are gone. So it's a very serious matter because, as he said, we don't have the competitive compensation package for them. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much for these presentations. When I listened to Professor Wekesa talk about Kenya, it feels a bit chilling. And one of the words that we haven't used at all today is solidarity. I think that we tend to think of ourselves in our own small spaces, but we cannot see the linkages. I wouldn't call it stimulus, but the inspiration for our public university bill came from Kenya. And when I met the minister, the then minister in his office, I told him, I said, we are in 2020 something, and you want to bring something in Kenya to Ghana? Because I know the system in Kenya, where you have government that appoints deans, and you want to bring this to us here, you know. So we do need to keep abreast of what is happening in our other universities and learn from it and use it to resist it. He talked about ethnicity, and maybe it's done very crudely in Kenya, but it's done in our regional universities here. People feel that because a university is in their region, the vice chancellor, then this one should come from there. Why? It's public funds. So it may not be verbalized in that kind of way, but it is happening. So I think that the different threats to our, what Professor Obin-Ofori was saying, to our system, they manifest in different ways, and we must learn to recognize them and fight against it. And we should go to court. Like you say, there is an illegality. It's not going to be corrected by government. Many of the other people don't know. They don't know your statutes. You know. Why are you not in court? Maybe because I'm a lawyer, it comes naturally to me to think about it. But we do need to call these things out, because it's almost like a test. You do it once, nobody complains, and then it's happening all over. Especially, you don't expect people who see themselves as beneficiaries to take it on, you know. But I want to stress the issue of solidarity, of really keeping abreast. And I think that can be one of the importance of this meeting, to learn more about our different systems and how they work, and to make sure, to be vigilant, you know, because I had a debate with the minister in his office and in the parliamentary select committee. And, you know, he kept going to the GTech man. Is that true? The man doesn't know what to say, you know, because he was on thin ice and he was just trying to impose. And I said, we go forwards, we don't go backwards. So if you want a system, you're not going to bring something from Kenya to us here. The Kenyans don't want their system. Why do you want to bring it to us? You know, but it means that we must keep ourselves informed of trends in the higher education field and make sure that, you know, the right things are being done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, speakers. Professor, I talked about two things that I just wanted to highlight that I think we need to consider. One of it was on the academic rating, and he used the National Research Foundation in South Africa as an example. Indeed, they actually ask external reviewers to review their academics for that rating. And I've been involved in some of those external reviews. And they take it seriously, and they can take you off the list, and that affects your funding opportunities and things like that. The second thing you mentioned was about performance management. And I think this is critical because many people in Ghana do not know that in May 2024, the Fair Wages, UTAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, and GTEC agreed on new conditions of service for UTAG members. And that includes a performance assessment. And so we need to look at this. And they all speak to quality, they speak to quality assurance, high standards, and things like that. So even as we are looking at building our universities and institutions and excellence, we need to take these things very seriously. That is what I wanted to say. On a lighter note, I went to Nigeria to review in a private university where, but for one Hausa person, everyone else in that institution belonged to one ethnic group. And I found that very, very interesting. It was a private university. And the president actually had a residence on the campus. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not speaking for GTEC or government or anything of this sort. But I'd like to say that some of the issues that have been raised and stressed with regard to the institutions not being part of certain discussions, I can assure you that the problem always lies with the institutions. Now, in 2003, when the Public Procurement Act was being developed, all the institutions, the public were all asked to send, they were invited. University of Ghana sent a senior staff person from the procurement unit. The same with all the universities. So when the law, they were not even aware that I think on 31st December 2004, the law had been given, assented to by the president. So it took some time. You know, normally it takes some time before the law is implemented. At the implementation point, now all the VCs attended the meetings, and they were up in arms that they were not part of the, as chief spenders, they were not part of the entity tender committee at all. More recently, although the current tertiary education policy, although there are contentious areas in there which were not in the draft that me, myself, and my team prepared, we sent the draft to various bodies, including VCG. What the VCG chairman did was to send the thing to somebody in the Institute of Education in Cape Coast. And I can't say all the person's comments. You are supposed to critique this thing and add to it or subtract. The guy says, this policy is long overdue. And that's the comment that, you know. So the person returns the comments to VCG chairman VCG as a body never saw that document. It was just brought back to the committee. Around that same time, maybe a little earlier, we were doing the current education strategic plan. Some of the things that are happening from G-Tech and so on now, requiring people to do a certain number of publications, they're all in the plan. They're all in the education strategic plan. But I wonder how many of our vice chancellors are aware of this. Partly because, again, when we finished and there was dissemination around the country, they were not attending. They were sending people who never reported back to them. This academy, this was before your time, so I can say it. This academy, in the strategic plan, we wanted a role for the academy to play. The office from here submitted something, but it was all on what the academy does, instead of what the academy would like to do in future. So, I sent the thing back. Nobody answered. So I tried to fashion some functions, some things for the academy into the strategic plan. So most of the time, it is the fault of the institutions themselves. Now, this issue of private institutions. Last time we met here, I cited Abraham Flexner's that most of the institutions we have here should either merge or close. No two ways about it. And I disagree that most of the universities in the West are private. They are not. It's only in the US, they started with training priests. And so Harvard started with training of priests. The name Harvard comes from a Reverend Harvard who gave his entire library to the institution, and they changed their name to Harvard from the College of Massachusetts or something of the sort. So essentially, it was the private sector that started that until the Memorial Act of 1862 and 1890, that state institutions, when they started the land grant, that state institutions started coming. In the whole of Europe, let's take the UK. The UK has about 160-something universities. Only 5 are private. So please revise your point there. But here, we have to close down those institutions. As you yourself observe, they're not doing anything. They've changed 20, and I've got data from when they started, like this. And they've stabilized to less than 70,000. But I can assure you the technical universities are rising. They are going to rise when the technical institutes are revamped and so on. Because now they can see a clear, they don't have to go to the University of Ghana and start, when they finish 3 years, they go and start at level 100, but they will rise. Those of you in the private sector who are doing well, keep it up. I think some are doing extremely well, and we want them to stay alive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I said, I'm not speaking for government or anything. I just happen to know.
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof. I thought that my mother will mention me, but she didn't. The public universities bill, I was doing some work with Parliament at the time. And, you know, the bullets were flying from left, right. Had to convey a meeting early in the morning with her, with the speaker, to say we don't need this. The point I'm making is, At what stage can we come together and, as you rightly used the word, solidarized? Everything about higher education is getting too politicized. And the earlier we acted, the better for this space. I don't want anybody to compare me to another country. I want to be able to think about what works for me and what does not work for me. Everything, virtually everything. But on a lighter note, Prof, how are we bringing the younger generation to take over from these our astute professors? Oh, Prof, my beard is even gray now. So that's the question I'm asking. In moving around, I still see that we have a lot of our older ones who are at the front, and we, the younger ones, are at the back. Please, Prof, we need to do something about mentoring the younger generation to take over from Professor Tego and others. Thank you.
Please, about the younger generation. Please, about the younger generation question. This program, I sent it to my younger generation. Everything that the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences puts on the platform, I sent to my younger generation. They don't want to come. They want, when they start, for some reason, there are reasons, but the fact is that I don't get my younger generation, both the younger generation who are not part of the academy, as well as the young generation who are fellows of the academy. They are not here. So please, the younger generation, if they want, the road is their front, as the saying goes.
Okay, thank you. I think there's something that the question of all these many universities, I think Ghana made a mistake in the first place when it opened the doors. And anybody could just submit an application. There was no guide, there were no guidelines, and so people just thought they had money, and they could be chancellors, they could be presidents, and they started. But this is one thing that I've learned about the Nigerians. The Nigerians had it right from day one. There is a 14-point requirement in Nigeria to start a private university. A 14-point requirement. If you don't have it, you don't start it. It's pure and simple. And we didn't do that. We've created a problem. But I think in solving that problem, we've got to get people who understand the system to advise. Unfortunately, in this country, we don't use people who know what they should do. In Nigeria, the head of the NUC, that's the Nigerian Universities Commission, is a former vice chancellor. The head of the College of Teachers College, Prof, correct me, College of Education, is a former vice chancellor. The head of the technical colleges is a former vice chancellor. The head of the committee of vice chancellors is himself a former vice chancellor. They respect knowledge, experience, and authority. We made the same recommendation for this country in the establishment of DTech. That's exactly that. So because of that, we said People retire late in Ghana because we become vice chancellors late because of the nature we make progress, the way we make progress. So the Director General was coined by us, the term was coined by us to say you can retire as a vice chancellor at 60 and still be able to take up a job for 5 years. So you can be designated a Director General. We coined the term. They accepted the report, but they did not accept the conditions attached to it. Now, my problem is, how can somebody who has never been a vice chancellor be directing vice chancellors? But we have accepted this as something that is acceptable. So please, the problem is with us. We ourselves must know what is good for us and insist that this is what we want. If you consider the fight of the university's bill and the trouble we went to arrest it, it means that if we are interested in something and we fight for it, we can get it. I don't think there is anything else that anybody wants to say. So, Professor, one more point, just in case I forget. Some time ago, I heard that they were trying to establish different universities for the training colleges. Have you heard that? The colleges of education. They want to convert them into universities. Yes. I know. So I'm just trying to warn you that this is something that also came under discussion, and that is why we suggested that they must be affiliated, not affiliated. What is the term that we use? Satellite campuses. Yes, satellite campuses of existing universities. They want to bring all of them into a university on its own. And a decision may be made by a minister. Everybody keeps quiet and becomes law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's thank the panel very much. I like what he said about Nigeria. That's why we are all waiting for Nigeria to wake up. So once Nigeria wakes up, then all our problems will be solved. We heard about all these things. In Nigeria, I remember when Dr. Feti was writing his paper, Nigeria refused to turn its polytechnics into universities, So they solved their problem. So there are many good things that we could learn from Nigeria, but they have to get their act together first. They will always be our big brothers, but our jollof is better. So with that, there is a reception waiting for us outside. It's dark, but we have to eat it. We have paid for it. So please, thank you. We've had a long day, but please go out and it's out there in the... Yes, it's out there. Thank you very much. Thank you. And see you all tomorrow.
We'll try and come. Okay.